Well, hello to everyone out there. It is my pleasure to officially welcome everyone to the Nutritional Coaching Institute's Masterclass on Thyroid Health. Now, for all of you out there that do not know me or are wondering, who is this guy talking on the screen? My name is Travis James Zipper, and I'm a functional nutritional coach for In3 Nutrition and one of the lead instructors for the Nutritional Coaching Institute. In addition to all the rambling that you're going to hear me do today, I also currently teach the Hormone Specialist course, the Level 1 Nutrition Coaching Certification, along with a Masterclass on gut health, and I'm super excited to be able to present all this material to you today. So with that being said, I really hope that everyone's cleared some time from their schedules and is ready to hit the ground running when it comes to filling their brains with tons of information all about thyroid health. But before we get started, let's first go over some general housekeeping matters when it comes to all the courses that are going to be offered through the Nutritional Coaching Institute, and even more with this course, as this Thyroid Masterclass is a little different than the rest. Now, I'm going to be very clear on this point from the get-go. I am not a doctor or an endocrinologist. So all the content that is going to be covered today, or at least in this course material, is intended for informational purposes only. And anything that's going to be covered should not be used as a substitute for medical advice in making of a medical diagnosis or in the treatment of a medical condition. And this is especially going to be the case when it comes to a thyroid condition, as a majority, or let's say a large majority of the time, when a person does have a dysfunctional thyroid gland, they're going to require medication. And that is going to require them to be working with a doctor. And that is why it's always important to work with, and I stress the work with portion, and I did not say blindly follow a qualified physician or another qualified health provider in answering any of the questions that you may have regarding your thyroid condition or conditions. So with that being said, please never disregard the advice of a physician or delay in seeking out their advice because of something that you've seen or read in the following course material. However, by the time that this course is over, it is my intention that everyone will better understand just how the body functions as a whole unit, and that if a person truly wants to heal, then they cannot look at a dysfunctional thyroid gland as a standalone problem, just as so many do in the conventional medicine realm today. As there are numerous working parts that all affect the health of the thyroid gland, and if a person cannot truly understand just how the body functions, then they'll never be able to help others heal from dysfunction. Let me stress that one more time. If you do not understand function, you will not be able to help others heal dysfunction. Now, I made the point earlier that I'm not a doctor, and I'm definitely not an endocrinologist. However, I have been working with clients with thyroid problems for several years now, as I have the ability to run all forms of labs and perform functional testing with clients so that I can better help them in identifying their possible root causes behind their problems. It is my education and kind of my experience that I'm hoping to share with all of you today so that every single one of you can pay it forward and help others educate your current clients or as well as your future clients, while at the same time making sure that your clients, your family members, and yourself for that matter, are all getting the best possible medical advice from their doctors or your doctors so that you can all hopefully live that super healthy life that you're all hoping for. Okay, serious stuff put aside for just a minute, I have just a few more points to cover before we begin the heart of the material. For all of you in which this is your first NCI course, the material that's going to be presented today is in what we like to call a masterclass format. The NCI masterclasses are all offered in an online webinar format that will usually last around 3 to 4 hours. With most of the masterclasses that I will personally be presenting, they will almost always be closer to the 4-hour mark, as if anyone knows me, then they know I love to ramble. So what that means is just be ready to take some serious notes, as there is going to be a lot of information that is going to be covered today. Now, the course that all of you have decided to take today focuses specifically on thyroid health and thyroid disease, but all of the NCI masterclasses will usually be covering a topic that causes a lot of confusion in the general public, as well as with health coaches that are currently working with clients. With that, all of the masterclasses are designed to break down the facts in the first portion of the program, or in what we like to call the science section. And then we give you some awesome ways in which you can apply that information and attack the issue in the second part of the program, referred to as the application section. As everyone at NCI really strives to go above and beyond when it comes to showing everyone how to actually deal with a particular health problem by breaking things down in an easy to apply series of steps that have previously worked at helping clients heal and finally thrive. Now, this Thyroid Masterclass is going to be just a little different than some of the others that are offered through NCI, as it was created as kind of like an intro or a primer course for the more advanced thyroid and adrenal health certification course that is going to be a full day of in-person teaching with the accompanying course booklets and materials that will hopefully be offered sometime in 2019, hopefully sooner rather than later. As it was really hard to squeeze in all the information that I wanted to share with you into a full day of material, let alone into a single 3 to 4 hour format of this masterclass. So what you're going to be getting today is going to be a streamlined version that covers the facts and how you can apply them, but it will not be covering quite as much material as the certification course will. So if you're someone that, or a type of person that loves to ask questions and loves to go back and read resource materials, or is just one of those type of people that really loves to dig down deep into the causes and treatment plans regarding all things thyroid and autoimmune related, then the certification course may be a great option for you down the road. However, if you are listening to these words today, then you have obviously signed up for this class. So don't worry, we're still going to be covering tons of information along with tips and tricks on how to deal with the body and the thyroid that can be applied just about to anyone. As all a person really needs to do is have the desire to feel better or the desire to help others feel better. However, there is so much, as we like to call it, bad information out there regarding thyroid disease. And because of that, it can definitely be an extremely difficult concept to navigate without a little guidance. And that is hopefully where we at the Nutritional Coaching Institute come into the picture. So if you have come here today with an open mind, ready to learn, then you have definitely landed in the right place. So with that being said, let's go help some people. Hypothyroidism, or what is referred to as a less than optimal functioning thyroid gland, has become one of the most common, unrecognized, underdiagnosed, and even misdiagnosed condition that is sweeping the world today. According to estimates from the Thyroid Federation International, there are over 300 million people in the world today that are battling some form of thyroid dysfunction, and that over half of those 300 million people do not even know that their dysfunctional thyroid glands are behind a majority of their health problems. Hypothyroidism, or how we're going to refer to it today as thyroid disease, affects women at much higher rates than men. Currently, trends now show that 1 in 8 women suffer from a thyroid issue. But based on at least my personal experience and information from numerous doctors of whom are working in the trenches with thyroid disease day in and day out, say that the number is probably closer to the 1 in 4 women or the 1 in 5 women mark. Now, the rise in thyroid disease is very closely tied to the skyrocketing rate which people are also being diagnosed with autoimmune conditions. As when a person develops an autoimmune condition, many times the body's just not able to cope with all the stressors that it has to fight off day in and day out. And when the body can no longer keep up with the fight, it finally breaks down and an autoimmune condition develops. Because because there's so many causes of thyroid disease, it leaves many wondering if they're going to be affected by thyroid disease or if they're going to be one of the lucky ones that get spared. But hopefully, by the end of today, we're going to permanently kick that type of thinking to the curb and show everyone that a large majority of the cases of thyroid disease are preventable. Now, hypothyroidism, or as we will refer to today as thyroid disease, is really a twofold problem. With the first being all the negative effects that it has or it places on a person's body and life, and secondly, because the conventional medical model has done very little, if anything, to fix the epidemic besides putting a Band-Aid on it. Now, this should be a problem in everyone's eyes because people deserve to understand why their thyroid glands and body, for that matter, are no longer properly working. Everyone also deserves to live in a better world in which their doctors can properly diagnose a thyroid condition early enough, or let's say before they're technically considered diseased and before a point that too much damage in the body has already been done. It's because of those very same reasons that so many with thyroid disease are failing to understand what is actually happening inside their bodies and how they just might be able to fix an issue before it morphs into a much worse of a problem or problems in the body. And with those very same words, that is hopefully where all of you come into the picture. Now, the words that are going to be spoken today are primarily aimed towards health coaches, but that doesn't mean they're not also geared towards anyone that is concerned for a family member or even possibly someone that is battling with thyroid disease themselves. Whoever you may be or wherever you are, let me say that I'm glad that you've joined us today and decided to take that additional step of furthering your knowledge base when it comes to helping those with thyroid disease. As I firmly believe that is through people just like you that will shape the future health of this country and the world for that matter. as education always drives compliance. And I would be willing to bet that after today, everyone is going to be much more educated when it comes to thyroid disease and hypothyroidism, so that when they do and take a step into the world, they can implement a change with all those people that they're working with. So speaking of intentions, as a humble teacher, my intentions to this course are really going to be fourfold. Okay, the first goal is going to be to clearly explain how important the thyroid gland is in the body and what thyroid disease really does, and all the different ways that it can affect a person's body and mind. Goal number 2 is to make sure that everyone has a clear understanding of how the many different forms of thyroid disease develop and what factors in a person's life need to be present for thyroid disease to ever emerge in the first place. Number 3 is to show how a person can properly manage a thyroid condition so that their body is primed and ready to begin a healing journey. Goal number 4 is going to be to clearly identify some of the main root causes and lifestyle triggers that have been shown to be a direct cause behind thyroid disease, and then show everyone how to implement a plan that will attack and remove those particular triggers so that they can hopefully take the next step of putting their thyroid disease into remission. This masterclass on thyroid health was created with those very specific multi-leveled 4 goals in mind, so that anyone hearing these words today will have the tools to go out and properly guide people back to optimal health and vitality. However, before learning any of the following course materials, or before the helping of others can take place, all that are listening here today are going to first need to push any notions of personal self-doubt to the wayside, as the material today that we're going to cover is going to cover some awesome life-improving facts and strategies, but the magic can really only take place when you take that information and properly apply it and never doubt yourself for a second, as the inability to act and the inability to believe in yourself as a teacher and or a healer can be paralyzing, to say the least. But if you can get over that premise, then you're going to be part of the next generation that helps fix this unhealthy and broken world, leaving it in a much better place than when you entered it. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like a great opportunity that all of you have to do is just grab it. So if that sounds like something you're ready for, then let's get started. So what is the thyroid gland and what exactly does it do in the body? Well, the thyroid gland is a butterfly-shaped gland that sits on top, or in a kind of way covers, the Adam's apple. The actual word thyroid comes from the Greek word meaning thyrios, which stands for or means shield, and that's kind of where it's got its name from, as it does look like a shield that covers the Adam's apple. Considered the master of metabolic function throughout the body, the thyroid gland produces thyroid hormones that increase the body's metabolic rate. It does this by ramping up the production of heat, which then translates into increasing the amount of oxygen that our metabolically active tissues can utilize. It is our thyroid hormones alone that increase a person's basal metabolic rate, or BMR, by 60 to 100%. This translates into generating a greater production of heat and is the reason why thyroid hormones are termed calorigenic hormones. A person's thyroid gland controls their metabolism at the cellular level, and every single cell in the body has a thyroid hormone receptor on it. Now, the only other substance or hormone that has receptors on every cell membrane in the body is vitamin D. The thyroid gland and the hormones that it produces play such a large role in the body, as they are the driving influence on so many functions such as body temperature, bone health, glucose metabolism, hormone metabolism, nutrient absorption, digestion and motility, liver function, detoxification, the aging process, and even the regulation of cholesterol levels. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds like pretty much every single function that happens in the body. So how does the thyroid gland exactly work? Well, without getting too technical, it all starts in the hypothalamus, as the hypothalamus is what is referred to as the master regulator portion of the brain, and it alone is what starts off the thyroid hormone cascade. The process of the thyroid hormone secretion and regulation actually begins when it receives messengers from the body through what are known as negative feedback loops. Based on those messengers, they tell the hypothalamus that it should speed up or slow down the body's metabolism by increasing or decreasing the thyroid gland's hormone production. It does this by regulating the amount of thyroid-releasing hormone, also known as TRH. There's going to be a lot of acronyms today used for thyroid specific markers. The TRH that gets produced is sent directly to the pituitary gland in the body. Okay, as the pituitary gland is the second in command when it comes to controlling all the hormones in the body. In response to the hypothalamus and the TRH that was created, the pituitary then responds and creates its own messenger called thyroid stimulating hormone, or TSH. Think we got TRH and TSH. TSH is going to be the much more important one. Once the TSH reaches the thyroid gland, it stimulates the thyroid gland to produce the main hormones T4 and T3. The thyroid hormones T1 and T2 and a substance called calcitonin also get released from the thyroid gland, and all 5 of the previous hormones and substances play a large role in the body. But for some reason, besides T4 and T3, the rest of the hormones get completely neglected by the medical community, a point which we will touch on later. Now, when the T4 and T3 hormones get created and released from the thyroid gland, they are said to be released in a ratio of approximately 90% to 10% T4 to T3. But others will argue the ratio is closer to 80% T4 and 20% T3. So it's going to be depending on where you get your source. The actual production or creation of thyroid hormones physically takes place in a substance or material that is located in the thyroid cells called the thyroglobulin. When TSH increases, it causes the enzymatic reaction inside the thyroglobulin that utilizes thyroid peroxidase, also referred to as TPO. It is through that reaction that stored iodine then binds to the tyrosine cells in the thyroid cell, thus creating a thyroid hormone. It is the binding process that either creates the T4 thyroid hormones, consisting of 4 iodine molecules and 1 tyrosine molecule, or the T3 thyroid hormones, consisting of 3 iodine molecules and 1 tyrosine molecule. Now, that is why tyrosine and iodine are such critical nutrients when it comes to thyroid production, and why they always must be obtained in adequate amounts from the diet, as the body cannot make either of them on its own. Now, the T3 thyroid hormone is referred to as the biologically active form of thyroid hormone, where the T4 thyroid hormone is considered biologically inactive. But don't let that fool you, as T4 does have some important specific roles in the body, but just not as many as T3. However, before the body can use any of those T3 hormones, T4 must first be converted into T3 by a process of cleaving off one of its iodine molecules. Once created and released and then converted, the T4 and T3 hormones travel throughout the body through what is known as the thyroid binding globulin, TBG. TBG can be thought of as the taxi cabs that takes the thyroid hormones to their final target location. However, when both the T4 and T3 hormones are riding in the proverbial taxi cabs, or TGB, they are bound to what are known as carrier proteins. And while they are bound, they're unable to be used by any of the cells in the body. Now, the T4 and T3 hormones that are unbound are considered free and available for metabolic function, while the rest are unavailable to the body. It's estimated that 95 to 98% of all thyroid hormones in the body are bound to carrier proteins, leaving only 2 to 5% of thyroid hormones in their free and available state. So, hearing that, you might ask, where exactly in the body does the T4 to T3 conversion take place? Well, this is primarily done in the liver, the gut, and some peripheral tissues in the body. The liver is responsible for approximately 60% T4 to T3 conversion through what is known as the 5-deiodinase enzymatic process. Say that 5 times fast. It's a process that initiates the removal of one iodine molecule from T4 to become T3. The GI tract is then responsible for the additional 20% of T4 to T3 conversion, and this occurs through when an intestinal sulfatase enzyme cleaves off one iodine molecule, converting it to their original form of T3 sulfate, also known as T3S, and T3 acetic acid, or T3AC, into active T3. That super important intestinal sulfatase enzyme is only produced in sufficient quantities when the gut flora is balanced and healthy. Point for later. The remaining 20% of the T4 is converted into an inactive form of T3, known as reverse T3 or RT3. Many refer to reverse T3 as the body putting on the brakes and the thyroid hormone, and the T3 thyroid hormone as the body pressing the gas. And that makes sense, as reverse T3 slows down metabolic function and T3 actually revs up metabolic function. How this exactly occurs is that reverse T3 is pretty much an inactive form of the T3 hormone that directly competes with the free T3 cells at the thyroid hormone receptor site, where it prevents the natural action of T3 hormones from doing so, thus slowing down metabolism. This is super important in the body during times of high stress, where the primary role of reverse T3 is to aid the body in conserving its energy and resources, and is just another way that the body counterbalances or counterregulates its hormones so that it can maintain homeostasis or balance. However, that process can be easily disrupted when the body experiences acute or chronic illnesses, prolonged fasting, selenium or zinc deficiency, exposure to heavy metals or other thyroid accumulating toxins, and lastly, with high levels of chronic stress. Next, we're going to move on to the different types of actual thyroid dysfunction. According to the American Thyroid Association, over 12% of the American population will develop some form of thyroid disease during their lifetime. Therefore, it's important that Americans, and the world for that matter, be better educated and informed as to all the different forms of thyroid disease that currently exist and how they can develop. Now, there are numerous different conditions that can all negatively affect the thyroid gland, resulting in bodily dysfunction. But the most common variations of thyroid dysfunction that are seen, at least today, are primary hypothyroidism, Hashimoto's thyroiditis, secondary hypothyroidism, hyperthyroidism, Graves' disease, and lastly, subclinical hypothyroidism. Every one of the variations just mentioned are different in how they develop and present themselves in the body, but every single one of them will alter the body's ability to produce thyroid hormones in a healthy manner. We're going to start off in detailing primary hypothyroidism. As when a person suffers from primary hypothyroidism, or very commonly referred to as just hypothyroidism, they have a thyroid gland that is usually underproducing both T4 and T3 hormones. The most common factor that is seen in primary hypothyroidism is that the pituitary gland is over-secreting thyroid-stimulating hormone, or TSH, in an attempt to provoke the thyroid gland to produce more thyroid hormones. However, for some reason, the thyroid gland itself is not responding properly to the TSH, which then results in low levels of thyroid hormones being produced. Some of the most common causes that have been directly connected to primary hypothyroidism are autoimmune conditions, iodine deficiency, or iodine excess for that matter, chronic stress, severe undereating, heavy metal exposure, and through thyroidectomies. Thyroidectomy is a surgical procedure where either the partial or entire removal of the thyroid gland is performed. Now, that is just a few of the most common causes, although I have to say that there are quite a few, or let's say many more. Those who are at higher risk of developing primary hypothyroidism are primarily women, as they seem to be more prone than men and develop hypothyroidism at a rate of 8 to 1. Women often become hypothyroid during times of hormonal change, such as puberty, pregnancy, menopause. And for both men and women, it's very common for hypothyroidism to develop when there's a family history of a previous thyroid condition. When anyone has had a prolonged exposure to a toxic substance, such as excess chlorine, fluoride, or PCBs, those that have also had some form of pituitary, endocrine, or autoimmune disease, and then lastly, anyone that's received any form of radioactive iodine, or if they've taken any anti-thyroid type of drugs. Okay, next in line of thyroid conditions is known as Hashimoto's thyroiditis. Hashimoto's thyroiditis is an autoimmune disease in which a person's immune system begins to think of the thyroid gland as a toxic substance or an intruder in the body, and because of that fact, it falsely attacks the thyroid tissue, thinking that it's bringing balance back to the body. Eventually, after enough tissue has occurred from the attacking immune system, the result is that the thyroid gland is no longer able to create thyroid hormones in sufficient amounts, and it is at that point when a person begins to develop symptoms of having low thyroid hormones and actual hypothyroidism. This direct form of attack on the thyroid occurs when immune cells of the body attack the thyroid peroxidase and thyroglobulin substances in the thyroid cells, which result in the destruction of the cells and the underproduction of thyroid hormones. During the initial phases of Hashimoto's, a person may not present with any low thyroid hormone symptoms, and to make matters worse, they may even present with perfectly normal thyroid hormone levels that come back on serum labs until enough tissue damage has occurred. As thyroid cells store thyroid hormone, and when destroyed, they end up releasing those hormones into the body, which can falsely elevate thyroid hormone levels. This can make a person's serum thyroid levels look in range, but is really just false advertising, as those thyroid hormone levels in the body are not really being created by healthy thyroid tissue, but instead are only present because all of the thyroid cell destruction. So understand that when looking at a person's labs. This is also why the initial stages of Hashimoto's, a person can develop hyperthyroidism in the body due to the fact that the destruction of all the thyroid tissue is releasing all of those extra stored thyroid hormones. What this does is it floods the bloodstream at an unregulated rate. Current research suggests that Hashimoto's may be even more prevalent in modern society than type 2 diabetes, as it's like diabetes in that progresses silently over a period of years, silently doing damage. Hashimoto's is actually the leading cause of hypothyroidism in developed countries, and upwards of 80-90% of people who are considered hypothyroid do in fact have Hashimoto's. So if a person is hypothyroid and lives in the United States, England, Australia, Europe, or any major developed country that has iodized their salt supply, then there's a very high chance that they do have Hashimoto's. It's because of that fact that for the remainder of this course, that when we say a person has thyroid disease or that they have hypothyroidism, that we are also going to assume that they have Hashimoto's and an autoimmune condition. And we will go into why that occurs a bit more in later sections to come. One sad part about all of this is that many will never be told by their doctors that they do in fact have Hashimoto's, the autoimmune condition, and that their immune system is attacking their insides. And instead of hearing the truth, they are commonly told that the thyroid gland or metabolism is just not running optimally, or that it's a normal part of the aging process, and that by getting on some medications, it will make the situation all better. Now, at times, that can be the truth, but at many other times, it can be the farthest thing from it. Let's cover a little bit more about autoimmune diseases. Now, we have already stated that autoimmunity is the single largest cause of thyroid dysfunction. And just as the trend that's commonly seen in hypothyroidism, women also develop autoimmune diseases at a rate about 3 to 1 compared to their male counterparts. Now, there are tons of theories as to why that may occur more in women than in men, and with one of them being that women's bodies go through many more hormonal fluctuations and changes in their lifetimes, such as menstruation, pregnancy, and menopause. Another is that they have higher levels of body fat compared to men. And the reason as to why that matters is because a majority of the toxins that enter the body actually end up getting stored in a person's fat cells. And believe it or not, fat cell breakdown and turnover is a continual and constant process that's always occurring in the body. So when those toxins containing fat cells get broken down over and over again, that breakdown process ends up releasing those stored toxins into the body and bloodstream, where they can come in contact with the body's tissues. And when they do some real damage. It's also very common for women to develop more than one autoimmune disease after developing the first. That goes for men as well. A concept that on many levels falls through the cracks in the conventional medical model due to the fact that every part of the body and almost every type of autoimmune condition has a different type of doctor or a different specialist that a person has to see in order to receive treatment. And that none of those specialties do a very good job in working together to try to treat the disease, all at the cost of the patient. As it should be understood that all autoimmune diseases are most likely connected and should not be treated as separate. Okay, so in moving away from autoimmune conditions, just a second, we now turn our attention to secondary hypothyroidism. As when a person has what's called secondary hypothyroidism, also known as pituitary hypothyroidism, a person's pituitary gland just fails to create enough thyroid-stimulating hormone. What happens is this results in the understimulation of the thyroid gland and the underproduction of thyroid hormones. This normally has the end result of a person being chronically stressed, where the body's stress response or some other external factor that is not autoimmune related has disrupted the proper function of the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis, HPA axis. Additional causes of secondary hypothyroidism can be pituitary tumors, brain tumors, the uses of certain medications, and some specific genetic disorders. Although there can be several additional causes of secondary hypothyroidism, chronic stress and HPA axis dysfunction is hands down the number one cause. The main reason is that when the body and mind are under stress, it's the adrenals that step in to initiate the body's stress response. So here's a graphic that depicts What exactly happens when the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal or HP axis interferes with the hypothalamus pituitary thyroid or HPT axis? As the initiation of the stress response creates certain messenger hormones that can actually shut down the production of thyroid hormones. How this occurs is primarily through the increased production of a substance called corticotropin releasing hormone or CRH. As an increased release of CRH will inhibit the release of thyroid stimulating hormone or TSH. Lots of acronyms here. When TSH is inhibited, that will result obviously in the underproduction of thyroid hormones, as you can see by this slide. In addition to that, having high levels of circulating cortisol can also directly interfere with the conversion of T4 to T3 in the body, which results in a person having a lower level of available T3 hormones. Increased cortisol also drastically reduces the cell receptor sensitivity to both the T4 and T3 hormones, causing what is known as thyroid hormone resistance. This process is similar to exactly what happens when the body becomes resistant to insulin. The last negative effect of having high levels of cortisol in the body, which can be seen in the screen, is that it can ramp up the production of reverse T3. And remember that what we discussed earlier is that reverse T3 slows down the body's metabolic function by putting on the proverbial metabolic brakes in the body. What this does is it prevents the available T3 hormones from binding to the cell receptor. Now, there are also going to be lots of situations where the thyroid gland overproduces thyroid hormones. And when that happens in the body, it's commonly referred to as hyperthyroidism, Hyper. When this happens in the body, it can actually result in the speeding up of a person's metabolism. And most cases of a person being hyperthyroid are the result of what's known as Graves' disease. Graves' disease is another autoimmune condition that will be covered next. But think, general hyperthyroidism conditions can also be triggered by pregnancy, enlarged goiters, iodine deficiency, certain tumors, inflammation, and many people that actually become hypothyroidism will first start out in a hyperthyroid situation because of all the destruction of the thyroid cells due to that autoimmune attack on the thyroid gland that we discussed earlier. Graves' disease, okay, as we move to next, is another autoimmune condition that's different from Hashimoto's, and then actually causes the thyroid gland to overproduce thyroid hormones or put a person into a hyperthyroid state. It is most common cause, or let's say it is the most common cause of hyperthyroidism in the world today, but it's far less prevalent compared to a person developing Hashimoto's or becoming hypothyroidism. As it's said that Graves' disease affects less than 3% of the population, and when a person does develop Graves' disease, their immune system starts to attack what are known as the thyroid stimulating immunoglobulins, or TSIs. Now, in Hashimoto's, the immune system attacks a different part of the cell called the thyroid peroxidase, or TPO, or the thyroglobulin, also known as the TGAB, in the cells. Think Hashimoto's, TPO, TGAB, thyroid peroxidase, and thyroglobulin. With hyperthyroid, it is the TSIs that are being attacked. Now, when the immune system does attack the TSIs in the thyroid, the TSIs actually stimulate the TSH receptors in the thyroid gland to increase the production of thyroid hormones, which results in the thyroid gland overproducing thyroid hormones, leading to a hyperthyroid state in the body. Okay, that one's all done. Next, we have subclinical hypothyroidism on the list. Now, this is the last type of hypothyroidism that we're going to cover, and I decided to cover it last because it's a little bit different from the rest. As subclinical hypothyroidism is usually defined as a stage before the full-blown development of primary hypothyroidism, and it's documented when a person presents with an elevated TSH level, but their production of T4 and the T3 hormone levels are actually normal. So those who develop subclinical hypothyroidism usually do not present with the typical thyroid-related symptoms, but there's a very high likelihood that there's an underlying root cause behind their TSH elevation, or that Hashimoto's is brewing behind the scenes, and that they will eventually move into a clinical pattern of having full-blown hypothyroidism. Or let's say that the chances of that happening are very high if the proper steps are not taken to correct the issue before the problem begins. Okay, so that pretty much wraps up the section on the different forms of thyroid dysfunction. Next, let's move on to the signs and symptoms that a person can look for. Okay, so the signs and symptoms that a person has thyroid disease or hypothyroidism can come in many forms. But if you know what to look for, then they do tend to follow a very similar pattern. Some of the most obvious and let's say not so obvious symptoms to keep an eye out for when it comes to underfunctioning thyroid gland are listed right here on the screen for you. Now, I'm not going to go over every single one of them, as most are pretty self-explanatory, but they will all be included in a pretty lengthy and in-depth health questionnaire that will accompany this course outline that's going to be available for your download. So just look at it, look at the bottom of the course website for that. So we also have some of the most common signs that someone may be experiencing a hyperthyroid condition in the body, or that they may have an overactive thyroid gland. Remember, hypo, low, hyper, high. Now, as I stated above, there are many overlapping signs and symptoms that can present themselves when it comes to a person developing a thyroid condition or thyroid disease. And the use of a good thyroid health questionnaire can be an important tool when it comes to a person realizing if they do have many of the signs and symptoms that come along with a dysfunctional thyroid gland. So instead of just creating one yourself, there's a great thyroid health questionnaire that has already been created by an integrative physician by the name of Dr. Holtz. And that very same questionnaire is the one that I currently still use with clients. As there's no need to reinvent the wheel and create your own questionnaire, just make sure to give Dr. Holtz the proper credit if you do use it with clients and let them know somewhere on the questionnaire. So if someone is wondering that they may currently have an undiagnosed thyroid condition, or that there may be a problem brewing behind the scenes, then the use of the following questionnaire would be a good idea to introduce. So the questions listed and the scores tallied from the questionnaire will help anyone connect their specific symptoms and the severity of those symptoms to a possible thyroid imbalance, and can also serve as a great tool that a person can fill out and bring to their doctors as proof of some further thyroid testing, or proof that they might need some further thyroid testing, or that their doctor might need to order it. Sorry. It can also be used as a great way to gauge if a particular healing strategy is moving in the right direction or not, based on if a person's tallied score goes up or goes down. Now, the directions when filling out the previous questionnaire are pretty straightforward. If any of the following questions really hit home and you feel that they directly apply to your life or situation, then record the appropriate number next to each question, and then when done, total the numbers up and use the ranges below that will place results and score in the appropriate category. Each question directly applies to a problem that can or has been connected to an issue with the thyroid gland. Now, I'm not going to cover each question, but if by chance, and if you want to understand why one of the particular questions below was asked or included, then a quick Google search should be able to easily answer your question. As if I covered every single one of the questions, it would probably add another hour to this course. So here are the first 13 questions. Feel free to pause this part of the video or take a picture of the screen if you like, but remember that this whole questionnaire will also be available for download as a course material on the course website. Here are questions 14 to 25, and again, please feel free to do the same that you did for the first set of questions. When a person has filled out all of the above questions and they've put the corresponding point value next to each question, if a person has a score of less than 11, then they are very unlikely to have a thyroid problem. Now, if a person ends up having a score that ranges from 11 to 30 points, then a thyroid function, or let's say problem, is a possibility, and they should definitely research the problem a little further. However, if a person scores above the 30-point mark, then the chances that they do in fact have a thyroid problem is very probable. It's the opinion of the creator of the following questionnaire that anyone that receives a score of 11 or higher should definitely go get their thyroid hormone labs drawn. That includes a full panel, including their TSH level, their free T3, free T4, and both thyroid antibodies. Now that we've covered how to possibly identify if a person has thyroid disease or not, now let's start to dig into what are some of the root causes that need to be present in order for a thyroid condition to develop in the first place. Alessio Fasano, of whom is a world-renowned pediatric gastroenterologist and a research scientist, was the very first to propose that all autoimmune conditions have three things that need to be present in order for a condition to develop. Those three factors are: 1, having the right genetic predisposition from good old mom and dad. 2 is having the right triggers in place in a person's life, or let's say the right environmental triggers or antigens. And 3 is the development of intestinal permeability, or more simply put, leaky gut. Now, considering that this is a course focused on managing and improving all thyroid conditions, and that up to 90% of all individuals that have thyroid disease or hypothyroidism also have the autoimmune condition Hashimoto's thyroiditis, we are going to run with the fact that all three factors that were just mentioned are also going to be some of the main root causes behind 9 out of 10 people's thyroid problems. So I think that everyone understands that we really can't change the genes that we get from good old mom and dad. However, I strongly believe that if anyone is provided with a powerful enough trigger and placed in the right type of surroundings and situation, then everyone has the right genetic predisposition to developing Hashimoto's or any other autoimmune condition for that matter. So putting a person's genetics to the side, the other two factors of identifying and removing a possible root cause trigger or triggers, and then healing any intestinal permeability are definitely things that with a little investigative work could be accomplished. And if those two important factors are handled properly, it just may put a person in a position to heal their thyroid gland and maybe even go into remission. Now, throughout this course, it's definitely my intention to show everyone the most prevalent triggers that are commonly behind thyroid disease and how to remove them. The identification of all the triggers just mentioned is a fairly straightforward process. However, locating an individual's specific triggers can be a much more difficult task, and that is why in the application section, we're going to introduce some of the great protocols that all have the end goal of supporting and assisting the body in healing all on its own. We will also be discussing how a person can utilize some standard medical and functional labs that will potentially help direct them towards identifying their triggers and then helping them to get on a healing path. However, with that being said, I'm not going to say that every single person is always going to be able to identify their specific trigger or triggers based on the material presented today. I wish I could. But please, do not let that fact discourage anyone, but instead let it be, in a sense, a challenge that no one with thyroid disease or a thyroid problem should ever become complacent until their full health is returned. Don't just accept the status quo. We have covered the root triggers. Now, before anyone can truly understand if they do have an overactive or underactive thyroid, they're first going to need to have the proper blood test performed before a proper diagnosis can be given or even made. The phrase of test, don't guess is 100% relevant when it comes to thyroid disease. However, if a person does get the proper testing performed and really doesn't understand what each thyroid hormone marker is and what it does in the body, then they run the risk of receiving an improper diagnosis from either Dr. Google or sadly even the regular doctor, both of which unfortunately have been known to give improper advice and information. Wish that wasn't the case, but I'm sorry, that's how it is. So starting from the top, and probably the most recognized and most commonly ordered serum thyroid hormone markers are going to be thyroid stimulating hormone, total T4 and total T3, free T4 and free T3, reverse T3, thyroglobulin or TG, thyroxine binding globulin or TBG, thyroglobulin antibodies short for TGAB or TGB, thyroid peroxidase antibodies or TPO, and lastly, thyroid stimulating immunoglobulin or TSI. Now, it's TSH or thyroid stimulating hormone is the hormone that gets produced by the anterior pituitary gland. The pituitary creates and sends out TSH to the thyroid gland, of which serves as the primary signal for the thyroid to increase or decrease production of T4 and T3. The amount of TSH produced will depend on the amounts of the freely circulating T4 and T3 in the bloodstream, and that's regulated in the body by a negative feedback loop. Now, total T4 and total T3 measures the total amount of T4 and T3 thyroid hormones in the blood. The total measurements include both the bound as well as the free fraction portion of the thyroid hormones, with the important point being that only the free fraction portion are available for the use in the body's tissues. Free T3 and free T4 represent only the unbound or the free fraction portion of the T4 and T3 hormones that are readily available for use within the cells and tissues of the body. Reverse T3 is the counterregulatory side of the T3 thyroid hormone that opposes the normal biological action of regular T3. Now, its purpose is to slow down the metabolism, or as like we said earlier, is in a way of putting the brakes on the body's metabolism. Thyroglobulin, or TG, okay, it's a protein precursor that is required for proper thyroid hormone synthesis. And it's also the storage point in the thyroid cell where all the iodine gets stored. It is really only tested and looked at as a marker for identifying tumors and possibly cancer in the thyroid gland. It's not really a marker that's normally included on a regular comprehensive panel, but it's good to know what it is. Thyroxine binding globulin, or TBG, is the carrier protein that binds to thyroid hormones, allowing them to travel throughout the body. And as you remember from earlier, it was the TBG that was referred to as the taxicabs that take the body's hormones from point A to point B. Thyroglobulin antibodies, or their simplified abbreviation of TGAB or TGB, it can come up as either one, are the antibodies that get produced in the immune system that primarily attack the thyroglobulin in the thyroid gland. It's the first of two markers that are used to identify if the autoimmune condition Hashimoto's thyroiditis is present or not. Thyroid peroxidase antibodies, also referred to as TPO, are the specific antibodies that get produced by the immune system that only target and attack the thyroid peroxidase enzymes in the thyroid gland. Now, the TPO antibodies are the second of the two markers that are used to identify if the autoimmune condition Hashimoto's is present or not. Lastly, we have thyroid stimulating immunoglobulin, or TSIs. These are the antibodies that get produced by the immune system that end up attacking the TSH receptors in the thyroid gland. This is the main marker that's used to identify if Graves' disease is present, and of which is normally the main cause behind hyperthyroidism. Remember, Hyper, not hypo. Now that you know all the markers and what they are, it's good to use them and understand a proper serum thyroid panel and what it is, as it should be one of the first tools that should be used to assess a person's thyroid function. The main purpose of a thyroid panel being to identify different variations of thyroid disorders, make the diagnosis if actual thyroid disease is present, and lastly, detail if the thyroid gland is over or under producing hormones. In addition to the basic thyroid serum testing, there are also some imaging tests such as thyroid ultrasounds and a biopsy type procedure called fine needle aspiration that may also be required to properly assess and diagnose a thyroid condition. The fundamental serum thyroid test that should be considered as the bare minimum that everyone with or without thyroid disease should get checked on themselves are their TSH level, their free T3, free T4 thyroid hormones, and their TPO and TGB thyroid antibodies. All 5 of the previous markers should be checked at every blood draw, as they will help determine if a person does have a possible thyroid condition and what type of condition that may be. It will also help a person identifying if the need of thyroid hormone replacement is required, if a person's medication dose needs to be corrected, or if they even need to switch to a different type of medication altogether. And lastly, if their thyroid condition is getting better or worse. Now, the free T3 and free T4 levels are pretty much required and necessary to let a doctor and a person know how much active thyroid hormone that a person may have and what thyroid hormone levels are available for use in the body's tissues. Total T3 and total T4 are really not that vital to determining any important facts, and in my eyes are pretty redundant tests. So save the money and just order the free forms of T3 and T4 unless they're included and covered on a comprehensive panel. The thyroid antibody tests, being the TPO and TGB, or again TGAB antibodies, are the two antibodies that show up when a person has Hashimoto's, and how high of a number that comes back will tell a person just how aggressive the body's immune system is attacking the thyroid gland. Now, if the values are going up or going down, it will possibly help provide a person with some great data as to if a specific lifestyle and or medical strategy are moving the person in the right direction or the wrong one. It's very important for the choices that you make as a health coach or the decisions that a doctor makes. You want to see if you're going in the right direction, and that's a good way to know. Now, however, antibodies, again, are not always the most reliable means of identifying Hashimoto's, as studies will show that 11 to 35% of people with actual thyroid autoimmune conditions or that have been actually diagnosed with Hashimoto's do not even test positive for either of the antibodies. So a person may still have an autoimmune condition, but will not have positive antibodies that show up on a blood test because of the fact that a person may require multiple tests, multiple blood draws before thyroid antibodies are ever discovered. This is why it's so important to not only pay attention to lab values, but also to a person's symptoms, as a lab test is still just a bunch of numbers on a piece of paper. And without a person's corroborating symptoms, a blood test should not hold as much water as it does without them. As a person's symptoms should really be the number one factor that should dictate as if a person is on the right track, both medication-wise and health-wise. Now, if a person can find a doctor that is willing to be on their side during their healing journey, then all of the above thyroid markers should easily be covered by a person's insurance every time that they are ordered. However, if a person does not feel like their doctor is on the same page or is not willing to help, then that person may find themselves in a situation where their doctor may not order all the mandatory tests because they personally don't see the purpose in it, or many times they'll say that they feel it may be redundant. So if that situation does happen, then a person's going to have to clearly articulate to their ordering doctor as to why the previous markers are so important to check and as to why they should be checked every single time. Or if all else fails, a person can always just go order the previous thyroid markers on their own through one of the self-order options, such as the ones that are available on Ulta Labs or any lab test now, and it's only about around $100 or so. However, considering that if coded properly, mean medical billing coding, all of the previous tests will almost always be covered by insurance. It would only make sense to do so, as it can definitely save a person some money. So if you have the option to go through your doctor, then do it. But in order for that to happen, a person's most likely going to need to advocate to their doctor the importance of ordering all the tests, and that process can be made so much easier if there's first a decent physician and patient relationship. Now, if a person does not feel that their doctor is 100% on their side, then I would advise them looking for a new doctor in which they can, in fact, build a relationship with. Okay, how the traditional medical model and most doctors in this world evaluate thyroid function is by screening a person by only checking their thyroid stimulating hormone, or TSH. Now, if their TSH level is within the very broad reference range, then a majority of the time, no additional thyroid markers are going to be measured, regardless of the symptoms. Now, even if a doctor does go one step further and orders a free T4, or even both a free T4 and a free T3, then they still may not provide the required data that's needed to properly diagnose a thyroid dysfunction, especially when it comes to autoimmune conditions. So that's why, again, it's always going to be important to cover all of your bases and stress to the ordering doctor that all of the above thyroid tests should be checked every single time. So some quick tactics that a person can use if they get some resistance from their doctor when it comes to ordering specific tests are as follows. Both of the TPO and TGB thyroid antibody tests are routinely denied, as many times doctors don't feel that, or let's say they feel after a person has had either a positive or negative test result, that additional antibody testing is not required or that's redundant. If this happens, or let's say a person's antibody levels come back negative, then one thing that a person can always say is that they have a previous history of autoimmune disease in the family, and then they would like to continue to establish a baseline of seeing negative results. And then if antibodies do show up as positive, that they possibly want to catch a condition in its infancy before it gets much worse. Next is when a doctor provides resistance about ordering labs more than once a year, or more than once every 6 months. Now, if the person's on medications, then they can kindly let the doctor know that it's very important to them that they want to stay on top of their thyroid hormone dosing, and that by testing more often, that they'll be able to clearly see if they are in fact actually taking the right amount of thyroid hormones, while at the same time stressing the fact that there can be numerous factors that can contribute to a person needing a dosage change in their medications. Now, even after all of that, doctors may still refuse to order the required tests. And in that case, just stress to them one more time that you feel it's very important to repeat the requested testing every 3 to 4 months. And if they were still refused, then let them know that you just plan on ordering the test by yourself online and see what they say. Now, sometimes that tactic works. The doctor may offer to budge, and many times not. But if they do, if they don't want to budge at all, then complete thyroid panels, like I said, can be ordered from SpectraCell Labs, Ulta Labs, any lab test now, and the process of doing so is pretty easy. So moving on, when a person does get their labs drawn and look at their thyroid testing markers, it's important that they understand the difference between standard reference ranges that most doctors use and optimal reference ranges that actually define the levels that healthy people report. As there are many times when standard lab reference ranges are just too confusing and only end up complicating a person's thyroid assessment. The reasons in which this occurs are because, one, standard reference ranges vary from lab to lab. So if a person gets a blood draw from 2 different labs, they could technically receive 2 different sets of results. 2, the standard thyroid reference ranges that the conventional medical model uses do not come from a healthy population, but instead come from a population that is indeed sick. Many times, this is considered the normal or middle of the range, and the standard reference range can oftentimes signify a large percentage of people that actually have subclinical or even clinical thyroid dysfunction. Functional, or as I say, optimal, or what is referred to as the optimal reference ranges, are the serum thyroid hormone ranges that are reported and collected from healthy and vibrant people that report no sign of disease or dysfunction in their lives. And those, in fact, are the ranges that all people with thyroid disease should really be aiming for. Now, the functional or optimal ranges can vary from practitioner to practitioner, but they give a much more targeted number to shoot for. However, if still confused when looking at any standard thyroid lab panel, a safe rule to follow when attempting to place hormone levels in the appropriate ranges is that for both T4 and T3 levels, a person should be shooting to be in the top of the 1/3 to the top 1/4 of the reference range. So in order to show the huge discrepancy between the thyroid, or let's say the standard thyroid hormone reference ranges compared to what are considered optimal thyroid hormone ranges that are taken from healthy people, the following slide shows a comparison of the two slides side by side. And just by looking at the comparison for a few seconds, it should be pretty clear to see that there's quite a large difference between the two. Now, as I stated earlier, even the numbers in the optimal and functional ranges will vary from practitioner to practitioner. But what I did some time ago is I took four different optimal panels from 4 highly regarded practitioners that I follow and respect, and then I averaged them all together. And that's where I came up with the optimal ranges and values that are listed on the slide. Even with all of that information, when it comes to interpreting lab values, I still have to say that hands down the most important factor that a person should always put the most weight in is if a person's symptoms have improved or declined. And then with that, then correlate those facts with the above markers and decide which route to go. Now, there are going to be certain cases when a person may not test positive for either the TPO or TGB antibodies. However, if they do test negative but still end up having low thyroid hormone levels or even low thyroid hormone level symptoms, then a thyroid ultrasound may be the next required diagnostic tool that should be used in order to really figure out if a person has Hashimoto's or thyroid disease. As an ultrasound of the thyroid is basically a high-res picture of the gland that can reveal if the thyroid gland has or is shrunken or enlarged, or if it's been damaged in any way, and lastly, if there are any suspicious growths or nodules on the thyroid. However, if a person gets a yearly thyroid ultrasound, then the doctor or provider will be able to reference the most recent ultrasound and then compare it with, let's say, compare it against the older ultrasound, while checking to see if there are any irregular changes in the size and shape of the thyroid gland that aren't consistent with what occurs in a person with Hashimoto's, or if their thyroid gland looks perfectly healthy and they don't have nothing to worry about. Fine needle aspiration is another diagnostic tool that may be required when a thyroid nodule, nodules on the thyroid, appear as suspicious on a thyroid ultrasound. Whenever a person has an irregular thyroid nodule, it's always wise to investigate it a little further and make sure it's not possibly cancerous or have become cancerous. How this is done is that the biopsy of the nodule is performed when little tiny needles inserted into the thyroid gland and some tissue from the nodule is removed and then placed under a microscope for examination. By doing so, it will show if the thyroid nodule has any suspicious activity or not, which shows if there could be potential cancer or not. So something that can be very important. When it comes to monitoring and tracking the health of the thyroid, it's also advised that a person repeat that thyroid ultrasound every year to be on the safe side. Now, if they by chance happen to have a thyroid nodules that have increased in size according to the comparison of past ultrasounds, or if the nodule has grown outside of what is considered normal and healthy, then a fine needle aspiration should also be performed until the thyroid nodule or nodules either go down in size or resolve themselves altogether. Okay, so after a person really understands what all the previous markers are and what they indicate about the health of their thyroid, the next phase of the plan when it comes to the identification of the condition is going to require that a person create what is known as a health timeline. Now, the main reason as to why this is done is to better assist those with thyroid disease in identifying possibly their individual root cause triggers or trigger by having the person battling with the dysfunction or their health coach, for that matter, go back in time and attempt to identify the time period in which they first started feeling poorly. Most can usually narrow it down to a specific time in their lives or even a specific event that put them in a downward spiral health-wise. And that since that time period or event, they've never quite recovered or felt their best health-wise. Doing this little exercise of putting pen to paper can be super important as it can bring what might have been those person's triggering events back to their top of mind awareness. And based on that fact, it may be able to direct the person on their healing journey towards a specific means of treatment. Therefore, the very initial question that you need to ask yourself is, when was the last time that you really felt well? Now, if a person can pinpoint when that time period was, then the second question to ask is, when did you start to feel unwell or get sick? Was it back in college during finals? Was it that time period right before you got that really bad case of food poisoning overseas? Was it before the birth of your first child? How about the time before you took that stressful job, or even before you got that flu vaccine or flu shot? It's important not to rush this process and really take some time to really think back on those two questions, as they can really provide some much needed guidance as how to go forward with treating a person's thyroid condition. By doing just that and asking yourself those two important questions and really digging down memory-wise as to the situation that you were in both physically and or mentally around the time when you first started to present with symptoms, or let's say not feeling or feeling unwell, can be super important when it comes to helping you pin down what your particular root cause triggers just might be. Again, after a person thinks back and can hopefully identify when the last time that they really felt good health-wise, and they were hopefully able to identify a possible trigger or triggers that may have initiated the thyroid condition, the next step in dealing with a thyroid disease is to understand how a hypothyroid condition progresses from one stage to the next. As if a person can fully understand how the disease moves forward, it can better help them in understanding where they are individually in the process and know which stage that they need to move to in order to start seeing the positive signs of regression or even remission. So if a person starts out healthy and feeling their best, but for some reason dysfunction sets in and things start to take a turn for the worse in the body, this is usually when a pattern of subclinical hypothyroidism emerges. And this is what we'll refer to as the initial stage or the stage 1 of thyroid disease. Now, at this stage, symptoms may or may not have presented themselves, but for some reason, either from stress, an autoimmune condition, or some other trigger, the body starts to experience the initial stages of thyroid gland failure. There can be multiple reasons as to why this occurs in the body, but the important marker that needs to be considered in the initial stages is that a person's thyroid stimulating hormone, or TSH, as during this stage, the TSH is actually going to be elevated outside what is considered normal. Now, it might not be too high or too low, but it's going to be outside that optimal range. Now, in the conventional medical setting, the TSH marker has a very broad reference range of 0.5 to 4.5. But anything under 0.8 or over 3 to 3.5 most likely signifies that there's some sort of problem going on in the body with regards to the thyroid. Now, when an elevation of a person's TSH does occur, it will many times be ignored altogether by physicians, or even common worse. It's very common for these days to hear a physician make the statement that, we'll just keep an eye on your TSH and wait to see what happens with your free T4 and free T3 and then proceed accordingly. Now, if both thyroid hormone levels do drop, it usually means the thyroid gland has either become exhausted or does not have enough thyroid tissue to generate the required hormones any longer, and that steps could have been taken earlier by the physician to avoid that fact instead of just waiting to see what happens. Now, one of the only exceptions when it comes to treating an elevated TSH level is if females are pregnant or looking to get pregnant. And in both of those situations, physicians are usually more open to putting certain measures in place to improve their TSH level. This usually means that they're going to utilize thyroid hormone replacement, but for almost all others that have an elevated TSH, the situation will be completely ignored. Now, if a person does find themselves in this stage and is actually presenting with symptoms, then the use of thyroid hormone replacement can help them feel better and even possibly prevent the progression of the condition onto the next stage of actual hypothyroidism. Now, a person developing overt hypothyroidism is the next stage in the progression of thyroid disease. And when this stage does occur, the thyroid gland is no longer able to keep up with the demand of the body in terms of producing thyroid hormones. During this stage, there's going to be again an elevated TSH along with low levels of both free T3 and free T4. The TPO and or TGB thyroid antibodies may or may not be detected at this stage, as up to 1/3 of people with Hashimoto's do not ever present with antibodies. And that's a very important point to remember, as a person can still have Hashimoto's and not test positive for either of the antibodies. Now, if they do test positive for either of the TPO or TGP antibodies, then that is a definite diagnosis that they do have Hashimoto's and an autoimmune condition. Now, during this stage 2, as we like to call it, symptoms may or may not get worse, but based on how low their actual free T3 and free T4 levels drop will depend on if they actually receive the diagnosis as being hypothyroid or if thyroid hormone replacement is going to be prescribed by their doctor. Now, the use of thyroid hormone replacement should always be based on a person's symptoms as well as their serum markers. But if a person does have an elevated TSH over 3 to that 3.5 and a free T4 under 1.0 and a free T3 under 2, then they should be given the diagnosis of being hypothyroid, and there's a very high chance that they should be on replacement therapy as they would most likely benefit from it. Now, the development of a hypothyroid condition into full-blown Hashimoto's or Graves' disease is the next in the progression of thyroid disease. Now, it doesn't have to be just Hashimoto's or Graves', as there's other types of autoimmune disorders that can oftentimes and do develop in the body. And this is primarily due to the fact that the autoimmune conditions have been known to kind of develop in clusters. So when a person gets to this point in the progression of thyroid disease, their immune system has been put in full-blown attack mode due to some form of trigger in the body. Now, as we will discuss in further sections, a person's trigger could be something simple as gluten in their diet, or it could be much more advanced as a bacterial infection or a viral infection. And in an attempt to feel better and reduce their symptoms, most people who find themselves in this phase will almost always be placed on thyroid medications, or in the most severe of scenarios, or when cancer may be suspected, they will have their thyroid glands completely removed or radiated. However, neither the removal of the thyroid gland or irradiating the thyroid will stop the progression of an autoimmune condition. Again, kind of like putting a Band-Aid on it. So, as we said, the development of thyroid disease begins at what we like to call stage 0, as this is considered the starting point of which a person has a genetic predisposition towards developing hypothyroidism or Hashimoto's. Then, as time passes and a person experiences their triggering event or events, and they also develop a weakened gut lining or intestinal permeability, then a person's condition can and usually will progress into full-blown thyroid disease or Hashimoto's. Now, at this point in the presentation of thyroid disease, it can usually be controlled through the use of medications and maintaining a healthy lifestyle. However, for others, it may get progressively worse based on the severity or the aggressiveness of their individual condition, and if they are making the wrong lifestyle choices. Now, the severity of Hashimoto's can many times be determined by the level of a person's antibodies, but on the flip side, a person's antibody levels can also show if their health and condition is improving rather than regressing. As if their antibody levels come back at a lower mark than what they were previously at, then that demonstrates that they are moving in the right direction with their healing efforts. As low levels of circulating thyroid antibodies mean that very little tissue damage is being done because the immune system is not in the so-called aggressive attack mode, where when a person has elevated levels of over 100 or 1,000 means the exact opposite. So considering where a person is in the progression of thyroid disease, if the proper steps are put into action, it's very possible and realistic for that person to successfully move back one step in the progression, where it's the exact opposite and unrealistic for a person to go from having a full-blown autoimmune condition to being in complete remission and bypassing all the steps in the middle. So understanding the progression is very important when it comes to setting realistic expectations when embarking on a healing journey or coaching someone. As for anyone who has the goal of hopefully recovering for thyroid disease, needs to understand that fact. So far, we have discussed the symptoms of thyroid disease, as well as the factors that need to be in place for thyroid disease to develop, and we most recently covered how thyroid disease progresses in the body. But now we're going to cover some of the most common triggering events that are many times the main cause behind thyroid disease, and if not properly handled or removed, will surely prevent a person from healing once thyroid disease has taken a hold of them. We will be covering in much more detail the major root causes of hypothyroidism and how to correct them in the application section. But right now, we're just going to quickly highlight some of the most common day-to-day triggers that many people don't even realize can be the direct cause behind the development of thyroid disease. The following triggers that we're going to discuss can be super helpful to consider also and think about when creating your own health timeline or helping someone else create theirs. as if the person truly understands how and why the following factors are directly connected to thyroid disease, it may just potentially turn on a light bulb in their head as to if a possible trigger was present at a certain time in their lives, or if they're still being exposed to that possible trigger. Another important fact about understanding triggers is that if a person is able to identify and understand them, then it will only help that person in creating a more tailored healing plan geared towards removing all of their triggers once and for all. Now, we're going to start off with how dietary triggers can be an initiating force behind thyroid disease. And there are plenty of nutrition-based triggers that can all add up and be behind hypothyroidism and Hashimoto's, such as getting in too many inflammatory foods into the diet, eating gluten, and cross-reactive foods with gluten, severe undereating or calorie restriction, and the list can actually go on and on. But we're only going to cover some of the biggest in this section. So, there are many negative situations that can be the end result of a person lacking certain nutrients in the body as well, with one of those being a person developing thyroid disease or Hashimoto's. Some of the most vital nutrients when it comes to the health of the thyroid are selenium, vitamin D, B vitamins, iron, ferritin, zinc, iodine, and all of those nutrients need to be in their appropriate ranges that a person should aim for, as well as maximize their consumption of them at all times. And we're going to cover that in depth in the nutrient depletion section in the application section. Next is eating too little or restricting calories for too long of a time period can also contribute to development of thyroid disease, as well as the consumption of certain inflammatory trigger foods. Now, everyone is different, and based on the health of the person's gut, most trigger foods will be individual specific. However, there are certainly some food items that all who have Hashimoto's should really try to avoid, such as gluten, dairy, soy, and processed sugars. Other potential trigger foods for people with Hashimoto's and thyroid disease include grains, eggs, nuts, seeds, nightshades, high oxalate foods, high sulfate foods, and the list kind of wraps up there. And it's unfortunate that many of those foods just listed can end up being a trigger for some people, as many, if not all of them, are considered healthy. The problem really begins because most people end up consuming them on a daily basis, but little do they know that they can actually end up being toxic to their digestive tracts and immune systems. One of the biggest reasons as to why that occurs is that they create certain dietary toxins in the body due to the fact that they are not broken down properly in the digestive tract, which can result in the fostering and creating of the perfect environment for pathogenic infections to grow and flourish, all the while contributing to increased levels of inflammation and compromised immunity. And lastly, their consumption can further the development and the worsening of intestinal permeability. Now, without a doubt, the worst trigger food when it comes to thyroid disease and autoimmunity is gluten. The reason for this is because the binding proteins that are seen in today's gluten are not completely digestible by any human being. And it's because of that fact that gluten alone can be one of the largest dietary sources of inflammation in the body. In addition to being a huge trigger for thyroid autoimmunity, gluten is also something that can create instant intestinal permeability in the gut. And we have already covered how big of a role that intestinal permeability plays in the development of autoimmune conditions. Now, considering that autoimmunity is the most common cause of hyper and hypothyroidism, it would only make sense for a person to completely eliminate gluten from their diet if thyroid disease is in fact present. Although, that can be a pretty difficult task to accomplish for many in today's world, but it's something that will most likely be required for those that are really looking to regain the health of their thyroid. And they just need to look at it as it's something that needs to be cut out if they want to see if it's affecting them or not. Okay, so blood sugar dysregulation comes next when it comes to one of the biggest triggers of thyroid dysfunction. And I would really hope that anyone that's listening to these words today understands just how important that it is to have a healthy blood sugar level and how to not be insulin resistant. But what many may not know is that blood sugar dysregulation can practically destroy a person's thyroid health all on its own. And that in addition to creating a vicious cycle, that can also lead a person down the path to developing metabolic syndrome. So you heard that, and you might be asking, how does a person's blood sugar level have such a large impact on the thyroid? Well, to start out, blood sugar dysregulation can negatively affect thyroid production in the body through a few powerful mechanisms. The first of those being that it can reduce a person's thyroid binding globulin level, or as we referred to them earlier as the thyroid hormone taxicabs in the body. The second is that it can worsen thyroid autoimmunity due to inflammation that it can cause, as well as weakening the adrenals and the HPA axis. The third factor is that it can potentially increase the destruction of thyroid tissue by increasing a person's antibody levels, and if severe enough, it could actually trigger the development of Hashimoto's all on its own. The last major negative when it comes to blood sugar and thyroid is that it can negatively impair a person's pituitary function, which controls all of the body's hormones. Now, on the flip side of all that, if a person already has low thyroid function, that vicious cycle mentioned above can actually cause a person to develop blood sugar dysregulation. This occurs through various mechanisms in the body that negatively affect the rate that glucose gets absorbed in the gut. When that happens, it actually slows the rate that sugar enters the bloodstream, which can then result in the pancreas taking a much longer time to respond to the presence of glucose in the blood. When this happens, it just elevates blood sugar levels even higher. Now, in addition to that fact, a lower thyroid function can also compromise a person's regular glucose uptake in their cells, and when this occurs, it can actually provoke a stress response resulting in a larger production of the body's stress hormone, cortisol. Insulin clearance is also dramatically reduced when a person's thyroid hormone production is low. This can lead to insulin resistance, and honestly, the list of negatives can go on and on. So I hope that everyone now has a little bit better grasp as to how thyroid dysfunction and blood sugar dysregulation can make up that vicious cycle that was mentioned above, and why it's such an important factor to keep in check. Okay. Next, increased stress levels, or what I like to call our very close friend, Mr. Chronic Stress, is next in line of thyroid triggers. Now, a person would have to be living in a bubble these days to not see the tremendous impact that stress has on the lives of everyday people and how it can be such a huge trigger for thyroid dysfunction. The most frustrating part about stress these days is that it can come in so many different forms, such as physical stress, which can manifest as certain injuries, such as physical pain in the body, overtraining or overexercising. And then there's the stress that the lack of exercise can do in the body. We also have biochemical stress, such as the stress that can be caused by a person having a poor diet, a person having pathogens in the body, chemical toxins, heavy metal exposures, and even food sensitivities can be the cause of biochemical stress levels to increase. Lastly, we have mental and emotional stress. That pretty much encompasses almost any other category of anything that will negatively affect a person's well-being, with this even including the way that a person looks at their own personal lives or how they view their everyday situations and habits. Now, all of the above stress types will need to be properly addressed if anyone's planning on putting a thyroid condition in remission. And we will be addressing at length as to how to remove the physical and biochemical stressors in the application section. But when it comes to the mental and emotional stressors that a person is experiencing, they're going to have to teach themselves how to remove them or how to properly deal with them. Or as I like to say, a person is going to need to learn how to make lemonade out of lemons. Okay. In addition to food, stress, blood sugar problems, there are also certain medications that have also been shown to do some serious damage to the thyroid gland. Now, there's actually a pretty long laundry list of medications that have all been shown to have a negative impact on thyroid function, and their use should be considered as a possible triggering cause if someone does in fact have a thyroid problem, and if they're currently on one of these medications, or if they've been using one of these medications right around the time when they started to feel unwell, or when they first started having problems with their thyroid gland. Medications that have been directly shown to have an impact on thyroid health can be drugs that increase thyroid-stimulating hormones, such as lithium, iodine, amphetamines, Tagamet, L-DOPA inhibitors, and even drugs that block dopamine receptors. Now, on the flip of that, drugs that can decrease TSH production, such as serotonin antagonists, glucocorticoids, thyroid hormones, metformin, and opiates can also wreak havoc on the thyroid and also need to be considered as triggers. Now, there's also a pretty lengthy list of drugs that can possibly increase a person's production of thyroid binding globulin, or thyroxine binding globulin, or TBG. As remember that TBG are the carrier proteins that bind to thyroid hormones, allowing them to travel throughout the body. But in doing so, also render the hormones inactive. A few of the drugs that decrease TBG include most estrogens used in estrogen replacement therapies, methadone, tamoxifen, and birth control pills. Drugs that will usually decrease or put down thyroid binding globulin or thyroxine binding globulin can also be a problem, and that list includes the use of certain steroids, glucocorticoids like hydrocortisone and prednisone, androgens such as testosterone, danazol, a drug that's used to treat endometriosis, Dilantin, an anti-seizure drug, and lastly, propranolol, a heart attack prevention drug. Okay, intestinal permeability and leaky gut is a huge focus of this course. And in today's world, there are so many things that can cause intestinal permeability or leaky gut. And it is one of the mechanisms that has been directly connected to all autoimmune conditions. And if not public enemy number one, then it is still a serious trigger when it comes to thyroid disease. And the good news is that it can be fixed, and we'll touch about how to do that in the application section. Infections in the body are the next trigger to be covered, as more and more data is coming out showing that certain infections in the body can be an instigating cause of thyroid disease, and that many of those same infections in the body that remain hidden seem to go undiagnosed for years or even missed altogether, even though their signs can be clearly seen. This fact alone can be so disappointing due to the fact that many times real conditions are just being brushed off by doctors, or let's say the doctors of it today, instead of being treated accordingly. Now, the main reason that infections can be a triggering cause behind thyroid disease is that many of these pathogens behind the infection have a very similar protein structure that resemble the thyroid gland. And because of that resemblance, the immune system tends to get confused and ends up attacking the thyroid gland by mistake, all the while thinking that it's a pathogen. Another scenario that takes place in the body is that those very same pathogens can actually take residence inside of the thyroid gland or even in the lining of the gut. And in both situations, they can get falsely attacked, ending up as collateral damage due to the fact that the immune system is confused and still thinks it's attacking the pathogen. Some of the largest infections that we will cover that have been highly connected to a person developing thyroid disease and Hashimoto's are blastocystis hominis, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth or SIBO, yeast or candida infections, H. pylori infections, and an overgrowth of pathogenic bacteria in the gut referred to as dysbiosis. There are even certain viral infections such as Epstein-Barr virus, the herpes virus, and even hepatitis C virus that have all been linked to the development of thyroid disease. Now, when it comes to viruses, it is said that not only an infection can cause the thyroid problem, but that certain treatments of those viruses could also possibly induce a thyroid condition. All important factors to keep in mind when creating a person's health timeline. Hypochlorhydria is a condition in the body where a person has low stomach acid or when they see a decrease in their overall production of hydrochloric acid in the stomach. Hypochlorhydria has also been shown to be a trigger of thyroid disease, mainly due to the fact that low stomach acid will cause problems when it comes to a person properly digesting and absorbing the nutrients that they need from food. When this takes place, it can negatively affect the body and many times progress into further complications, with one of them being a reduction in thyroid function. The three largest known causes of hypochlorhydria are due to having an H. pylori infection, the overuse of NSAIDs, as well as acid-blocking drugs like proton pump inhibitors, such as Nexium. And the last reason being a person actually having hypothyroidism or having Hashimoto's as a condition. As actually having a dysfunctional thyroid gland will definitely slow down a person's digestion and acid production. So when looking at hypochlorhydria as a root cause in a person developing thyroid disease, it can possibly be looked at as a chicken or egg type of situation, as one could easily ask, did the low stomach acid trigger a person's thyroid disease, or did a person's thyroid disease trigger their low stomach acid? Whatever the case is, it doesn't matter. Having low stomach acid is going to be a problem that will need to be addressed if it is indeed present. Some quick markers to look for on a comprehensive metabolic panel or a CMP blood panel that can indicate if a person has low stomach acid or not is having a CO2 that is less than 25, a BUN that is greater than 17, a total globulin that is greater than 2.8, a low serum phosphorus that is under 3, a calcium level that's under 9.2, an iron level that's under 50, and lastly, an alkaline phosphatase marker that's under 70. So after hearing and understanding that all of the above factors that I just mentioned can all be a trigger for thyroid disease and Hashimoto's, my intentions are that it helps everyone start thinking about how those triggers may be relevant to their own health. while at the same time helping shine some light on a person's past so they can possibly go back and create their own health timeline, and with that information, pinpoint what might have been the trigger or triggers that put them in their downward spiral health-wise. And that once identified, they can then begin to hopefully work on removing them. However, if a person is not able to still pinpoint their specific trigger or triggers, then the best bet is going to be for them to systematically run down a list of the most common causes of thyroid disease by having them go through some health assessments or questionnaires that will help identify if a particular trigger may be causing a problem or not, by directly looking at the symptoms of the trigger and seeing if those symptoms do in fact hit home or not. Then, based on those assessments and the information that is going to be covered in the application section of this course, a person should have a much more clear understanding of how the problem developed, and they will also be provided with some actionable steps to help correct the problem and hopefully remove that particular trigger or triggers. So after a person has been diagnosed with thyroid disease, or even if they've developed some form of thyroid dysfunction, they will most likely be advised to start some form of thyroid hormone replacement by their doctor. Now, I'll be very clear in stating this here from the get-go, but there are going to be numerous scenarios where using thyroid hormone replacement therapy should be implemented, as it can be super advantageous to people who need them. But also, there are going to be many other situations where their long-term use is not warranted at all. However, knowing when to use thyroid hormones will always depend on the person, their situation, and how their body responds to certain medications. But before we dive into the specific uses and the benefits of thyroid medications, let's first debunk some common myths surrounding thyroid medication, and then let's discuss the advantages and disadvantages of the different types of thyroid medications that are currently available. Some of the largest advantages, so to speak, that a person will see when using thyroid hormone replacement once the signs of hypothyroidism do in fact appear can be greater ability to focus and pay attention, fewer mood swings, reduced tiredness, greater mental energy, improved memory, and in cognitive function, increased nail and hair growth, improved skin color and elasticity, the body being able to create more warmth due to increase in body temperature, and all-around improvement in cardiometabolic and physical fitness levels, and lastly, a greater ability to handle stressful situations in a person's day-to-day life. Now, there are generally two types of thyroid hormones that doctors will prescribe to patients, and those two variations of synthetic are synthetic thyroid hormones and natural desiccated thyroid hormones, also commonly referred to as NDT medications. It's important to remember that thyroid hormones affect every organ, tissue, and cell in the body. And even though there are quite a few different thyroid medications to choose from, there is no one medication that is right for every single person, as there's going to be certain medications that work well for some and not so well for others. Just as no one diet is best for every single person, the same premise goes for thyroid medications. So some trial and error may be required before a person can find the right medication that works best for them. However, with that being said, the most important take-home point of this section is that if a person does indeed have an under-functioning thyroid gland, then the use of the right thyroid medication for that individual should allow them to bring their thyroid hormone levels back up into that optimal range so that they have the necessary energy that will be required in order for them to keep working towards the goal of regaining their health and discovering their possible root cause or causes behind their thyroid dysfunction. That is something that will most likely never happen if they can't muster up enough energy to make it through the day, let alone engaging in a fight to regain their health. A large majority of the medications that are used for thyroid problems today fall into the classification or what is referred to as synthetic hormones. Now, the synthetic term can be a bit confusing due to the fact that even though synthetic thyroid hormones are classified as bioidentical hormones, as they are the exact same substance that our body creates, they are still not natural, do not directly come from the earth or nature, but instead are made and created in a laboratory. However, just like I mentioned, they are still the exact same substance that our body creates on its own. Some of the most popular synthetic thyroid hormone brands are Synthroid, levothyroxine, levothyroid, and unithyroid. All of the last four are T4 only medications. And then there's also Cytomel, of which is a T3 only medication. And then lastly, Thyrolar, a synthetic T4 and T3 medication. There are quite a few more, but those are some of the most popular that you'll see. Desiccated thyroid hormones, also known as NDT, are considered natural versions of thyroid hormones, meaning that they come directly from the earth and are not created from a lab. NDT products are made up from ground up porcine or pig thyroid glands that are then put into a pill or capsule form. NDT products contain all of the thyroid hormones consisting of T4, T3, T2, and T1, as well as the substance known as calcitonin. Calcitonin won't be covered much, but its main purpose is to basically reduce the levels of calcium in the body, where T2 and T1 hormones, both of which are currently unmeasured in standard blood panels, do play several important roles in the body. However, neither of them come in any variations of the synthetic thyroid hormones. And that's unfortunate because T2 alone has been shown to have a huge impact on a person's metabolism, their ability to burn fat, and their ability to utilize insulin properly, thus preventing a possible insulin-resistant situation, or let's say scenario. On top of that, many consider that T2 is the primary thyroid hormone that actually does most of the calorie burning in the body. So I think it's safe to say that a person's T2 levels should never be completely disregarded as they are with T4 only medications. Some of the most common types of NDT medications are Armour Thyroid, WP Thyroid, and then Nature Thyroid. But again, there's actually quite a few more. Most commercially available forms of NDT thyroid hormones, such as Armour Thyroid and WP Thyroid, are made up of 20% T3 and 80% T4, or pretty much in a 1-to-4 ratio. NDT versions are dosed in what is referred to as grains, where 1 grain is approximately 60 micrograms of total thyroid hormones, and of that 60 micrograms, 9 micrograms is going to be T3 and 38 micrograms is going to be T4, with the rest being fillers. The biggest difference between the brands and types of NDT medications is going to be the types of fillers that each of the manufacturers use. Another, let's say, third option when it comes to thyroid medications that was not mentioned above is the use of compounded T4 and T3 products. Compounded medications are made from scratch by a compounding pharmacy, and they can oftentimes be a great alternative to synthetics and NDT medications. The main reason being is because they can be created in custom blends and dosages. They can be tailored to a single person's preference, and they can also be created without the use of any allergenic fillers such as lactose and gluten. Now, the amount of lactose and gluten that are normally seen as fillers in some of the common thyroid medications are quite small, but there's still going to be those individuals where even the smallest amounts can be a problem. Most readily available thyroid medications are what's considered fully or immediately released in the bloodstream once they're taken. However, one of the largest benefits of a person using a possible compounded thyroid medication is that they can be created in either an immediate release form or in a sustained release form. As a sustained release version of T4 and T3 combo medication has the benefit of being released continuously throughout the day compared to all at one time, and as how the slow release products work. However, for the whole sustained release medications are not used all that much, and mainly that's because of the fact that a large majority of those with thyroid disease already have some digestion and absorption issues because of their autoimmunity or intestinal permeability, and most just tend to do better when they receive a larger dose of that medication all at one time compared to smaller amounts being released slowly throughout the day. It is slowly changing, but a large majority of all conventional physicians will usually still only be prescribing synthetic variations of T4 only thyroid hormones, products such as Synthroid or levothyroxine. As many doctors still base their practices on what should be considered outdated guidelines, as it is those very same guidelines that make the claim that there's no benefit from a person taking a combination T4 or T3 product, and that T4 only medications are superior. But lo and behold, the data behind those parameters actually originated from studies that were paid for and overseen by the very same drug companies that create T4 only medications. So, in my eyes, the very same guidelines that many doctors still follow should have originally been taken with a grain of salt, but unfortunately, they were not. Some of the most common problems when it comes to patients using T4 only medications is that they're many times improperly dosed by doctors, which can result in patients not utilizing them properly in the body, as well as having imbalanced conversion ratios. Because try to remember that the T4 molecule is considered a prohormone, as it's less physiologically active than its T3 counterpart, and it first needs to be converted into T3. which again, that's the more active thyroid hormone, before it can be used in the body's tissues. Now, the conversion of T4 to T3 can be disrupted by so many things, such as stress, nutrient deficiencies, improper liver and gut activity, and many more. And we will be discussing quite a few of those in the application section. However, with that being said, there are still plenty of people that will do very well and thrive on T4 only medications. So this is not meant to knock them by any means, but in my experience, there are going to be more people that are going to have that T4 to T3 conversion issues and that would benefit from taking a T4, T3 combination product. So the take-home point of this section is that no one type of thyroid medication is going to be right for every single person, and that no person should really be comfortable taking a certain type of medication until they feel their best on it. Okay, now jumping back quickly to the synthetic forms of medications, there's also going to be some people that will benefit from taking a T3 only form of medication. However, if T3 only meds are used as a standalone product, it's important to remember that they will only contain the synthetic bioidentical form of T3 compared to the NDT versions, of which will naturally have both T4 and T3, as well as containing the T2 and T1 hormones. The most popular T3 only medication on the market is called Cytomel, as it's been around for quite some time and it has a pretty lengthy track record. But in my eyes, and as a general premise, T3 only formulations that are used in isolation would not be my first choice unless a person has a clear documented conversion issue, conversion from T4 to T3. Another reason that the T4 only medications are not used as regularly as their T4 only counterparts is due to the fact that they have a very short half-life in the body and can oftentimes cause a come down or crash-like effect. And because of that, they'll need to be dosed more frequently in order to keep a person's levels balanced. That fact alone can make things difficult for a person due to the fact that thyroid medications need to be taken at least 30 minutes away from food or supplements in either direction. Now, a T3 only medication could be better used in conjunction with the T4 only medication once their doctor hopefully and carefully caters the dose to their needs. Or a person could just, again, go with an NDT medication and take a lot of the guesswork out of tinkering with dosages of two separate medications and use that NDT variation that already comes in the same ratio of T4 to T3 that is naturally present in the body. Now, there have also been some additional medication controversies in the past that have pushed many prescribers to lean towards only using the T4 medications. And it's kind of important to understand why it happened and the undue bias that it created. Some of the biggest revolve around the fact that T3 medications may increase heart palpitations and that having elevated levels of T3 in the body for too long durations can cause an increased risk of osteoporosis. There also was a situation many years ago when T3 only medications or Cytomel were used and placed in diet pill formulations. And that when those diet pills became super popular, there were numerous counts of people being hospitalized due to heart palpitations. And in the worst of those situations, people even became hypothyroid because of their use. So because of that fact, there are so many older practicing doctors that still remember that epidemic, and rightly so, it had left a negative impression in their minds with regards to the use of T3 containing products. There are also some controversies with NDT products, in that there are some people that have ethical objections to using animal-derived products, which I can understand. Others do not like the use of the certain fillers in the NDT products, and there's even been a few times throughout the years where certain forms of the NDT product medications or products have had to go on back order due to the lack of supply. This has created sort of like a mini panic in patients who use them. I remember my mom was one of them. She went crazy. There have also been a small percentage of the population that felt worse and saw a rise in their TPO antibodies after starting the desiccated form of thyroid hormone. But I do have to say that the percentage of the population that saw that happen was very small. However, if that is seen in any of the above situations, or if that's seen, then choosing to go with either a synthetic or a compounded form of thyroid medication would be suggested compared to anyone just attempting to tough out any of those negative symptoms all on their own. Controversy or no controversy, synthetic or natural, the bottom line is that there are several choices when it comes to thyroid medications, and it's important for all to remember that thyroid hormone therapy should always be specific to the person, and that if one form of medication is not providing the relief that a person is looking for, then that person should never settle until they feel their best when taking a particular type of medication. And if that's not the case, hopefully then they're working with a practitioner or a doctor that's willing to find the best version of a medication that works best for them. Okay. So that just about wraps up the science section. And I'm pretty sure that there are going to be some brains out there that they're going to be pounding a little bit after attempting to take in all that was covered. And that's perfectly fine, as that is why we let you rewatch all the content as many times as you like. But honestly, when it comes to myself, I usually have to soak up information like what was just covered at least 3 times before it finally sets in. So it might just be good to look at what we just covered and the time spent as the proverbial round 1. Now, after all that learning, I hope that everyone's ready to start putting all of what you just learned to work, as I can confidently say that the upcoming application section is really going to dig down and shine some light onto the true reasons as to why thyroid problems have become so prevalent, as well as show a person how they can properly manage their thyroid condition, and lastly, all the steps that they're going to need to take if they ever want to heal their thyroid or heal their body from it. So if you need to take a quick breather or a quick break and let that brain rest a bit, then please do so, and we'll start all the fun stuff as soon as you come back. Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone's ready to get going. And their brain is hopefully a little rested up, or you've taken a little gap in between that last video. So as we embark on the application portion of this course, or let's say as we venture into the prospective thyroid healing plan that we're going to cover, I truly hope that this is part of the course that's going to be the bread and the butter for all of you out there. But before anyone can really heal the body, they're going to first need to lay out their, so to speak, healing roadmap that will help them put them in the proper position, both physically and mentally, so that they will have the strength to persevere through their individual healing journey. As I think that it's safe to say that if a person doesn't have a map to get to their unknown destination, or if they do not have enough gas in the car to get there, then there's a very high likelihood that they will never reach where they're looking to go or hit their goal. Now, a good easy way, or what we can call our thyroid healing roadmap, in which a person can truly work towards healing the body from thyroid disease or Hashimoto's, is the use of what is called the 5R program. Now, the 5R approach to healing is commonly used in many aspects in the functional medicine space, and it originated as the 4R program that was designed to be used in healing of the gut. But over the years, it's evolved into a plan that can be applied towards healing numerous conditions, including autoimmune conditions, and it can 100% be applied to a person attempting to heal their thyroid. The 5 steps to the 5R program are as follows. First R stands for remove, or the process of removing triggers that may be irritating the body as well as the thyroid gland, of which is causing it to send out a stress signal. Specific things that may need to be removed in the case of thyroid disease are too much iodine in the diet, certain infections, fluoride consumption, environmental toxins, food sensitivities or intolerances, and lastly, chronic stress. The second R stands for repair, or the process of repairing any intestinal permeability in the gut by reducing the level of inflammation in the gut and the body, and then by adding in some certain healing substances that can assist in repairing the gut lining, such as things like bone broth, mucilages, and glutamine. The third R stands for replace, or the process of replacing any nutrients that may be missing or depleted in the body so that the body has what it needs to heal and regain its strength. The list of possibilities can include specific vitamins and minerals, digestive enzymes, hydrochloric acid that we've talked about already, and possibly the most important, the use of thyroid hormone replacement. The fourth R stands for reintroduce, or the process of reintroducing the body and the gastrointestinal tract, the specific probiotics and or prebiotics, either in supplemental or food-based form, so that the beneficial bacteria of the good to bad bacteria in the gut can be restored or rebalanced. The last R stands for rebalance, as in the process of rebalancing the systems in the body that need support so that they can once again run optimally, such as the adrenal glands, the immune system, and a person's detoxification capabilities. This is done through the implementation of specific lifestyle tactics and the introduction of targeted nutrients and protocols, and many of those very same protocols will make up a large portion of the application section of this course. So those 5 R's of removal, repair, replacement, reintroduction, and rebalancing make up a simple and easy roadmap that we are gonna follow for the rest of this course when it comes to a person managing and then healing their body from thyroid disease. And in the very first part of the remove portion, we're gonna solely focus on how to remove some of the biggest food triggers that may be holding a person back from feeling their best. And then by detailing how to add in some of the best type of healing foods for those with thyroid disease. In an attempt to show how big of a role that food does play in the health of the thyroid in this section, I'm hopefully going to attempt to shine some light as to some of the best diets when it comes to thyroid disease, all the while hopefully showing a person how to find the best diet that's going to be individually right for them. Now, I get asked all the time, what's the best diet for this condition? What's the best diet for that condition? And for the most part, my answer is always the same, in that it depends. As there's never any one diet or any one eating plan that is best for every single person, as every single person digests things differently, every person has different genetics that they got from mom and dad, and every single person has lived a different life and have been in contact with different environments and have all been exposed to entirely different environmental triggers. However, with that being said, there are definitely a few ground rules that should be followed by anyone with thyroid disease, and especially when a person does in fact have a confirmed Hashimoto's diagnosis. So with those specifics in mind, let's talk some healing foods and some diets that can help improve thyroid disease. So if we're gonna start at the top of the food chain, then we really should start out with a discussion about calories. Now, even though many will make the claim that calories are king in the nutrition realm, I would have to say that a definite exception to that rule is that if a person has an autoimmune condition or if they have thyroid disease. I make that statement because if anyone does have an underperforming thyroid gland, their first priority should be to focus on a diet that provides enough nutrients that the body requires to function optimally. This is especially going to be the case when it comes to thyroid disease. The reason being that when a person is lacking in certain key nutrients, those low levels will result in the body's feedback mechanisms sending nasty signals back to the brain, saying that the body is in a state of starvation. Even if in fact the body is getting enough calories, and that in order to survive, the body's going to need to conserve energy, and it does so by once again slowing down the metabolism even more than it already is. It is with that fact in mind that I say that a nutrient-based diet should be the number one priority in all with thyroid disease, with the second priority being a person getting enough calories from the diet. The specific macronutrients are really not that important, but obviously a person still needs to get in enough healthy fat and protein for their activity level. When it comes to carbohydrates, the quantity usually does matter, as it's generally accepted through quite a few studies that those who have thyroid disease normally do better on a lower carbohydrate diet. However, I did not say no carbohydrate diet, as many carbohydrates still have tons of vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants that the body needs, as well as their much needed fiber quantities to keep the healthy gut bacteria balanced. So when it comes to specifically choosing the best carb sources, it's advised to aim for carbs that help balance blood sugar and do not disrupt it, as well as being straight from the ground and rich in color, and of course, not processed. Now, when it comes to color and variety in the diet, we have already stated that the best diet for thyroid disease is going to be a nutrient-dense one. But what does that really mean? Well, it means that the diet should be high in real foods, such as grass-fed organic meats or wild-caught fish, organic fruits and vegetables, sprouted nuts and seeds, pastured eggs, and healthy fats like avocados and healthy oils. Now, I also have to bring up intolerances, as there are going to be situations where some super healthy foods can oftentimes be possible trigger foods for those with Hashimoto's, with some of the most common being eggs, seeds, nuts, and nightshades. Nightshades include things like tomatoes, bell peppers, and white potatoes. However, before completely jumping the gun and when attempting to identify the best diet for a person with thyroid disease, a good starting point would just be to stick to a clean, organic, lower carb paleo approach and live by the mantra, if it walks around, swims around, or comes from the ground, and it has not been adulterated by man's hand, then it's going to be good for you to eat. while we're talking about carbohydrate intake, let's also touch on the topic of vegetable consumption. So when it comes to vegetables, way too many of us just do not get enough of them into our daily routines. And when we do eat enough vegetables, we do not eat enough variety of them. So in order to fix that problem, a good goal for anyone looking to optimize their health is to aim for getting at least 6 to 8 servings of at least 3 to 4 different vegetables per day, and then rotating those 3 to 4 varieties each week or every other week, as besides iceberg lettuce, every single vegetable has a boatload of nutrition in them. And if a person can properly digest and absorb them, then they will be doing the body a great favor by helping provide it a majority of the raw materials that the body needs to fight off disease, keep the immune system strong, and improve a person's detox pathways, as having a healthy detox system is super important when it comes to thyroid disease, and that's going to be discussed in the next section. Now, in the more extreme situations of thyroid disease, or when a person's thyroid antibodies are elevated, or if they have a large amount of food intolerances, then the use of an elimination diet will be advised as the next step in further dialing in a person's diet so that they can hopefully identify which foods are going to be healing instead of harming. The elimination diet process it's not rocket science, and it will be covered in a little bit later, but just know it's an important factor that you can include in a plan. Based on most of the studies regarding thyroid disease, the use of a low carbohydrate diet has been shown to be beneficial in people with Hashimoto's, and that when applied properly, lower carb diets generally show a reduction in a person's thyroid antibodies. Talked about that a little earlier. Now, it's advised that the carbs that people do include in their diets are primarily paleo carb sources, including things like root vegetables, starchy and non-starchy vegetables, certain tubers, and lastly, fruit such as organic berries and pears. Now, when it comes to vegetables, we stated above that the goal should be to get around 6 to 8 servings of vegetables per day, and a few easy hacks that will allow a person to get in all those great veggies in a single day is the use of green juices and green smoothies, as adding them in the diet can make the process of getting in more veggies so much easier, as when they are in a liquid form, they're going to require much less work for the digestive tract, and just overall easier to absorb. Fermented vegetables such as sauerkraut and kimchi are also highly recommended, and even some fermented coconut yogurt products can be a great addition to the diet when it comes to helping the digestive tract get in some of those extra probiotics. Cutting down and even limiting grains in the beginning of a person's healing journey is another thing that is going to be advised, as many of the most common grains seen today, such as oats and rice and corn, are considered cross-reactive with gluten. And because of their consumption, in some, it can actually initiate an immune response and cause antibody levels to elevate. I'm also going to go out on a limb and say that fruit should probably be kept to a maximum of 2 servings per day, at least in the beginning, as it's going to be really, really important to keep blood sugar levels in check throughout this whole process. The consumption of goitrogens, or vegetables in the brassica family, in relation to thyroid disease is kind of a common topic that regularly gets brought up as being harmful to the thyroid gland, and is really just a long-standing myth. Now, the reason that goitrogen consumption is viewed as negative is because many believe that the development of goitrogens can cause Hashimoto's and thyroid disease. Now, I stated that this is a myth that has actually been debunked through various studies, but the idea was originally based on some truths, as there was a time not long ago when iodine deficiency was the major cause of hypothyroidism, and that because a lack of iodine can cause goiters to enlarge, people then jumped the gun and associated the consumption of goitrogens to the development of thyroid disease. Currently, goitrogens still do have the possibility of blocking the absorption of iodine in the thyroid gland, but in order for that to happen, their consumption needs to be rather large, as in the several pounds per day range. Another debunking fact of this myth revolves around the fact that hypothyroidism and thyroid disease are not caused by problems with iodine deficiency, as the thyroid disease of today now occurs independently of iodine, and many of its triggers are strictly environmental. So, in a nutshell, it's okay to consume goitrogens just as long as a person doesn't eat several pounds of them per day in their raw forms. Getting back to protein consumption in the diet, it should be remembered that protein contains many essential nutrients that the body cannot make on its own, and that adequate intake of protein from the diet is first required for the creation of thyroid hormones. Protein intake does not need to be all that high, as a person, or let's say all a person really needs, is about 0.8 grams per pound of body weight. So for a 130-pound female, 100 grams of protein is plenty, and for a 180-pound male, 150 grams is more than enough. However, someone who exercises and is very active may benefit from a little higher amount than that 0.8 grams and may need closer to that 1.0 to 1.2 grams of protein per body weight. When it comes to quality of the protein, it's strongly advised that a person always go organic, wild, or and choose from grass-fed sources, as organic and grass-fed meats have more vitamins, more minerals, and healthy fats than their conventional counterparts do. And the consumption of poor quality meats can be one of the largest sources of toxins and inflammation that a person takes in overall from all sources combined, especially in the diet. Fat intake, it's not something that really needs to be tracked all that closely if you eat wisely, and its consumption should not be feared, as fat is needed in the body to survive, while unfortunately lean mass is not. So the minute that the brain thinks that the body is any state of stress, it starts to hold on to its fat stores, and instead of burning the fat, it begins to burn muscle for fuel. So it's vital that we, again, get healthy fats from our diets. Just like protein, they contain essential nutrients. However, when eating fats, there's a definite big difference between good fats and bad fats, as good fats include things like salmon and other cold water fish, fish oils, olive oil, coconut oil, avocados, and all the nuts and seeds out there. However, one word of caution when it comes to nuts and seeds is their consumption will be contingent as to if they are allowed on our particular plan or tolerated by a person's insides, as many times nuts and seeds can be trigger foods, and that is why they are removed on all autoimmune diets. A good scale to go by when it comes to fat consumption in general is to aim for getting in 1 to 2 tablespoons of fat, if in an oil form, per meal, or a golf ball size serving of fats at each meal if eating things such as nuts and avocados. Now, when it comes to eliminating foods, we've already talked about it, gluten is going to be public enemy number 1, and something that for those with thyroid disease should really be cut out altogether with 0 exceptions. As that simple act alone may be the strongest thing that a person can do in order to make themselves feel better and reduce their symptom levels. Dairy and soy are the next 2 biggest trigger foods, and they should also be pulled from the diet, as in their conventional forms, they can be severely inflammatory to the body. Processed sugars or foods that contain them are next in line that should be cut out by anyone with thyroid disease, as they directly lead to blood sugar dysregulation. And remember all the negatives that blood sugar issues can potentially cause that were covered earlier in the blood sugar section. Some of the biggest problems that blood sugar issues can cause is that they can cause people to feel more anxious, they can cause thyroid antibody levels to increase, they can cause adrenal issues, weight gain, and they can disrupt hormonal patterns. What all a person really needs to do in order to make sure their blood sugar levels do not cause a problem is to follow the simple rules that we have covered up until this point. However, a few hacks or tools that can help a person in dealing with blood sugar dysregulation are obviously limiting the intake of high glycemic carbohydrates, pretty easy on that one, utilizing 200 to 1,000 micrograms of chromium nicotinate, say that 5 times fast, and even the adding of a teaspoon of coconut oil throughout the day to warm beverages to help keep a person better satiated, and lastly, using some supplemental vitamin B1, also known as thiamine, as 600 milligrams of thiamine taken daily can serve as a triple threat that helps balance blood sugar levels, supports the adrenals, and can also help out with fatigue. One of the most advantageous ways in which a person can identify the best diet for them, as well as singling out any foods that they may have or may be sensitive or intolerant to, is through the use of an elimination diet. As remember, a person with thyroid disease always has some form of gut dysfunction, and the identification of a person's specific food sensitivities is an important factor that should not be overlooked. Now, a large amount of food sensitivities can actually start out because of a person having low stomach acid levels, and that many times, if a person just adds in a little supplemental hydrochloric acid before a meal, it can oftentimes correct or possibly eliminate a person's food intolerance issues. Now, we just said that the use of elimination diet is going to be the easiest, cheapest, and best all-around means when it comes to identifying what types of foods a person may be sensitive or tolerant to. Now, actually putting an elimination diet into play is pretty simple, as all a person has to do is remove all the most common trigger foods for a minimum of 2 weeks, but preferably for a 4-week duration. During that time, due to the removal of the possible trigger foods, the immune system will calm down and will be on less of an attack mode, resulting in less inflammation in the body. And that reduction in inflammation allows the body and gut to heal. Now, following that 4-week elimination period, some of the healthiest restricted foods can be added back in at a 1 food item per 3-day period. And then based on how the body responds to those foods, a person that can then gauge how the reintroduced food item affected them and base their new diet and foods on on the fact that did that food cause any negative symptoms. And it's really as easy as it sounds. And if it's done properly, it can also work wonders on a person's insides in terms of their gut. The next type of diet that has shown great success in people with thyroid disease and Hashimoto's is the autoimmune paleo diet, or the AIP diet. Now, the AIP diet is pretty much a step up from the traditional paleo diet, but the autoimmune portion adds in a few more restricted foods, such as nuts, seeds, eggs, and nightshades. And if anyone is unfamiliar with what foods fall into the nightshade category, they include all bell peppers, cayenne pepper, eggplant, tomatoes, white potatoes, but not sweet potatoes, goji berries, ashwagandha, and paprika. The AIP diet is rather restrictive and definitely more of a big guns approach, but its use can be one of the fastest ways that a person can see some progress in a reduction of their symptoms, as it basically removes almost every potential trigger food, and its use can also be a great place to start when beginning an official elimination diet. In my personal experience, the AIP diet can be a huge game changer when it comes to a person that may have an autoimmune condition that is potentially being triggered or aggravated by certain foods or a person's food sensitivities. And as of this writing, there is currently a large-scale study going on right now that is assessing the effectiveness of the AIP diet and Hashimoto's. And the results so far have been extremely promising. So be on the outlook for that for the very near future for some further guidance. When it comes to the duration that a person should stay on in terms of a certain thyroid-based diet, it's first advised that anyone with thyroid disease remove all conventional dairy, glutinous grains permanently, as the conscious decision to eliminate those two triggers for almost all with the disease should be considered a lifelong lifestyle change and not a quick dietary change that someone implements for a short period of time. Now, when it comes to the implementation of a specific diet, such as an AIP diet or the use of an elimination diet, a person should aim to adhere for the final results from anywhere from 3 to 12 months. The 12 months really being the safer option of the two, but that will entirely depend on the severity of their symptoms, their condition, and their willingness to adhere to a diet. And I understand sometimes it can be rough, but again, what's more important? Getting their treats in or feeling better? In attempting to shine just a little light on some thyroid-appropriate diets, in May of 2015, Isabella Wentz, a functional medicine pharmacist, performed a survey of over 2,200 people that all had Hashimoto's and asked them about certain diets that had either helped their condition or made their condition worse. And the results are as follows. 75% of the people felt better using an autoimmune paleo diet. Only 4% of those people felt worse on the AIP diet, and 38% of them stated that it helped reduce their level of antibodies. 88% of the people surveyed felt better on a gluten-free diet, where only 1% of the people on the gluten-free diet felt worse. And 33% of those people stated that it helped reduce their antibodies. 81% of the people felt better going completely grain-free, and that same percentage of 81% felt better eating a paleo diet. 80% of the people surveyed felt better removing all dairy, and 20% of those people saw a reduction in thyroid antibodies. 47% of the people surveyed showed an improvement by cutting out eggs or any egg-based products. Yeah, half people felt better removing eggs. Who would think that? 19% of them saw a reduction in their antibodies. 76% of the people following a low glycemic diet, or one where they controlled the carbohydrate intake and made sure that their blood sugar levels were balanced, saw an improvement in their symptoms, and 22% of them saw a reduction in their antibody levels. Just some food for thought as to what diets showed some of the best promise when it comes to improving a person's antibody levels and thyroid disease. Now, as I said earlier, I have personally seen results, or let's say great results, with the autoimmune paleo diet, and I regularly advise people to stay on it for at least 90 days. And then following that time period, they can reassess and see how they feel. If they are indeed feeling better, and let's say their antibody levels have potentially dropped, then that is the point where they can slowly start to add back in some removed foods into the diet. However, if they are not seeing any improvements in their condition and still seem to be really stuck symptom-wise, then it might be a good idea to stay on the safest diet possible, as well as putting back on the detective hat and do some additional digging, possibly get some further testing for gut infections, food sensitivities, or even some other root cause triggers such as poor detox capacities. And that leads us to the next section. So in speaking about the liver and our detox capacities, we next move on to attacking some of the ways in which a person can make sure that they're properly optimizing their levels of metabolic detoxification. Now, if that was more than a mouthful, a much simpler way to put it is that we're going to now discuss how to make sure that your liver is healthy and how you're able to properly excrete toxins from the body. As there are so many toxins and substances that can be toxic to the thyroid gland, and if a person is ever truly going to heal from thyroid disease, then they're going to require a strong and healthy liver that's ready to help them fight the battle. Now, that statement is super important because liver support is really the foundation that the next few sections will all be built upon. As if a person has a dysfunctional detoxification capacity or capabilities, then that can be one of the largest contributors to or triggers to thyroid disease, as its importance falls right behind a person eating a healthy diet. I say this because a person's detox capabilities really need to be running at maximum efficiency before we worry about certain missing nutrients, improving the health of the adrenals, identifying hidden infections, and healing the gut so that the body can do what it was naturally meant to do and heal. And don't forget the fact that 60% of the body's T4 to T3 conversion also takes place in the liver. Now, as of this writing, there are more than 80,000 different chemicals that we as humans can be exposed to on a daily basis. And the scariest part of that fact is that almost every one of those chemicals have not been properly evaluated for human safety. And the very small list of those chemicals that have been evaluated have only been tested out for safety on rats. So with those scary facts in mind, it's important that everyone understands the potential negative effects that their daily actions and even product consumption for that matter can create when it comes to creating a toxic backlog of what we all carry around us called body burden. In the sections to come, we're also going to cover the importance that the person's MTHFR gene plays when it comes to detoxifying heavy metals, as heavy metal accumulation in the thyroid gland can be an enormous triggering event in a person developing thyroid disease. In addition to that, how it's important to know if a dysfunctional liver can be causing some serious hormonal imbalances that reach far beyond a person's thyroid hormones. Therefore, with all those facts in mind, let's try to understand how can we make our livers as healthy as possible. So, what can a person expect to see, or what should they look for when it comes to having a liver that's overworked or dysfunctional? Well, there can definitely be some digestive problems. Bad breath is one. Fatigue, weakness in the muscles, constipation, headaches, hormonal imbalances, having itchy skin, sudden rashes or breakouts in the skin, achy joints, inability to concentrate, brain fog, lack of inability to handle stress, and the ability to lose weight can all be ways in which the body is trying to tell a person that their liver is overworked and that there may be a backlog of toxins that need to be excreted. Before we dive in, though, to the methods as to how to improve a person's detox capabilities, let's first start with some of the facts about how the liver and how the body tries to protect itself from outside toxicity. One of the most vital ways that the body protects itself is that it can store toxins in the fat cells, and it does so when the liver becomes overworked, as the storing of toxins in the body fat serves as a kind of like a protective mechanism that prevents toxins from freely circulating so that they will not be able to do any damage to the body's tissues. Large portion of the toxins that the body is exposed to are fat soluble and also lipophilic, or in other words, meaning that our fat cells love to absorb them. Now, this is a much different process than what happens when water-soluble toxins enter the body, as water-soluble toxins are much more easily excreted through the detox processes, and their levels in the body will normally drop dramatically once the exposure to them has been reduced or eliminated. For example, many pesticides are water-soluble, so when the consumption of them is significantly reduced in the body, let's say when it's reduced in the body, the liver is no longer overburdened. It actually does a great job of clearing them and excreting them. However, if a person is still consuming them on a daily basis and the liver once again becomes overwhelmed with the body's overall toxic burden, then both the water-soluble and the fat-soluble toxins have the possibility of getting recirculated and or getting stored in the body's tissues and or organs and doing some pretty serious damage. When it comes to how the liver works, there are two important pathways that need to be functioning properly in order for toxins to be broken down and safely excreted from the body. The first pathway, or what is referred to as phase 1 detoxification, the detox cells in the body basically take fat-soluble toxins and turn them into what are called intermediate metabolites. When this takes place, it actually makes the incoming toxin set for detoxification a much more toxic substance. However, this is many times a required step before the toxin can actually make its way into the second pathway referred to as phase 2 detoxification. Now, in order for phase 1 to occur or not get significantly slowed down compared to the speed of phase 2, the body requires that certain raw materials or substances such as B vitamins, folate, glutathione, and some bioflavonoids be abundantly present in the body, as without them, phase 1 can potentially run at a snail's pace, which will then allow these toxins to build up in the body, which will then most likely result in them being recirculated throughout the body. Just as in phase 1, phase 2 also requires that the body have enough nutrients at its disposal so that the toxic intermediates from phase 1 can be made water-soluble and safely excreted. Some of those important substances that are required for phase 2 are methionine, magnesium, glutathione, vitamin B5, vitamin B12, vitamin C, and the amino acids cysteine, glycine, and taurine. And a deficiency in any one of those previous nutrients will slow down the speed of phase 2 pathway, and that's why it's super important that a person either get them from the diet or either from supplementation, and then, importantly, digest them and absorb them. Another potential cause that a person can have when it comes to metabolic detoxification can potentially occur when they have a dysfunctional gallbladder, as it's the gallbladder that plays a huge role when it comes to how efficiently the body is able to get rid of toxins, as a large percentage of toxins that physically get excreted from the body do so through the bile. And it's the gallbladder that controls just how much bile is released in circulation. So, let's say even if phase 1 and phase 2 are working perfectly normally fine, before the body can truly and safely eliminate the toxins that have been set for excretion, there first needs to be an adequate supply of bile that is being produced and released so that the bile can bind with toxins and finally carry them out of the body in the stool. Now, for all the people out there who've had their gallbladders removed, this can be a pretty big problem. And in order for them to support their detox processes properly, they may need to provide their body with some additional support through the use of supplementing with bile salts or even ox bile. Some of the most common toxins that have been implicated in triggering Hashimoto's or worsening the condition include heavy metals, such as mercury, arsenic, cadmium, and all of the halogen substances such as bromide, chloride, and fluoride. The reasons that heavy metals pose such a problem is due to the fact that they have a very similar structure to iodine, and that because of that similarity, they end up getting soaked up by the thyroid gland like a sponge. And then once they are in the gland, they actually end up binding to the receptors, the iodine receptors, preventing the real iodine from doing so. So, in addition to that fact, when they do get soaked up, they also tend to accumulate in the gland because of the fact, and because of that fact, it can actually cause increased levels of inflammation, thyroid cell death, and just as you probably guessed it, increased levels of autoimmunity. One of the first signs that a person has heavy metal toxicity or a liver backlog that may present itself can be the breakouts that are seen on the skin. As when skin rashes occur, it's many times the body just trying to get rid of certain toxins out through the skin, as it's also important to remember that the skin is another huge detoxification organ of the body. Remember, the skin is the biggest organ of the body. The next toxin that can put a serious strain on the liver is going to be alcohol. As when alcohol gets consumed, it forces the liver to pretty much work harder in order to safely excrete the toxins that it produces from the body. The reason for this is because that once it enters the body, it gets prioritized as the primary toxin that is scheduled for removal. And because of that fact, until it is safely removed or excreted, it can create a toxic backlog of other toxins in the liver that were previously scheduled for detoxification before alcohol ever entered the picture. Ever wonder why a person feels so terrible when they're hungover after a night of drinking? Well, it's because all of the toxic byproducts that end up getting recirculated in the body when the liver gets overburdened due to primarily trying to get rid of all the alcohol from the bloodstream. Some other particularly nasty facts about alcohol is that it can cause significant blood sugar swings, it can cause leaky gut, and it can even lead to small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, all of which should never be present if a person is trying to heal their body and thyroid. Another contributor to our toxic body burden comes from the everyday exposure that we get through our personal hygiene products. That exposure can come from our lotions, our shampoos, our toothpastes, pretty much anything in the medicine cabinet for that matter. However, when it comes to women, the use of lipsticks and lip gloss definitely take the top slot as being the worst offender, as their use literally delivers a punch right to the mouth as the toxins in them get directly absorbed at much higher rates through the lips. As a person's lips contain very sensitive mucous membranes, and those membranes are one of the most absorbent parts of the body, even more absorbent than a person's skin. Now, from personal experience, cutting out lip gloss and lipsticks is more times than not a problem area for most women, as many women truly have a hard time letting go of some of their makeup products, even though they know deep down that it's something that they really need to do. And then it's especially the case if the products are of low quality, as there are tons of good quality, non-toxic lip glosses and makeup manufacturers that are out there that all a person has to do is really look for them. But if anyone needs a really good resource to go to, then take a little trip to ewg.com and look at their consumer product guide on hygiene products, as they rate the best and worst brands on the market when it comes to toxic substances. Next, we're going to move on to the ever so publicized MTHFR gene mutation. Now, many will hear this term thrown around loosely, but most don't understand what it is or how it affects a person. As if a person does have a defect in their MTHFR gene, it can possibly lead to methylation issues, with methylation being a specific way in which the body detoxifies substances. And it's one of the several important processes that occurs in phase 2 detoxification process. Now, some people are born with what are called single nucleotide polymorphisms, also known as SNPs. And SNPs are pretty much faulty genes in the body. The MTHFR gene mutation is one of those specific SNPs that, if present, can prevent the body's detox cells from methylating properly. And when methylation is not properly supported, it can end up possibly resulting in blood clots, the inability of the body to get rid of heavy metals, problems converting folic acid to folate, and specifically in the woman's case, they may have an increased risk of miscarrying, as well as the increased risk of giving birth to a child that has a neural tube defect. Now, once toxins are detoxified through phase 1 and phase 2, they next get excreted to the body through urination, defecation, sweating. Now, when a person has thyroid disease, many times their ability to sweat is reduced because of their downshifted metabolism. Therefore, finding ways to help a person sweat can be super important, as heavy metals are primarily excreted through the body through sweat alone. Some of the best ways that can help a person sweat without physically running them into the ground exercise-wise is through the use of regular saunas or infrared saunas, as either of them can go a long way towards assisting the body in properly detoxifying by helpfully finally sweating them out. So now that now that we know some of the worst offenders when it comes to toxins in the body, how can a person better support their detox capacities so that their bodies can properly get rid of all the extra daily toxins that they're exposed to? Well, to start off, a person should really do everything in their power to stop introducing any new additional toxins into the body from at least all of the sources that we have already previously mentioned. Following that, the next goal should be to remove any potential trigger foods or any foods that are not being digested properly, as they can potentially end up being a food for that bad gut bacteria, which will then, when fed, overgrows and could create an additional set of internal toxins in the body. And that can usually be effectively accomplished through the use of an elimination diet or the implementation of an autoimmune diet. Following that, the next part of the plan is going to be to add in some detox supportive foods that will help provide a good base of all of the right raw materials so that the body can begin to help support the liver. Then lastly, we'll end up going one step further and detailing the use of some helpful detox improving supplements that any person can use that will definitely help fill in any gaps that a person may be lacking nutrient-wise. Caffeine consumption is also something that's gonna need to be cut off. As for those with thyroid disease, caffeine can cause problems with the adrenals as well as being a possible cause or aggravator of leaky gut. One of the reasons being is that it helps that it keeps the body in a semi-stressed state compared to a state of relaxation, as when it's consumed, it directs the adrenals to crank out even more of the body's stress hormone, cortisol. Another reason as to why it needs to be removed, at least in the beginning stages of a person's healing journey, is that it has also been known to be cross-reactive with gluten due to a concept of molecular mimicry, or basically when the immune system gets confused. Now, there are going to be many people that reach the point in this process and they're like, oh my gosh, I have to remove foods, I have to remove coffee, and they may become overwhelmed. They're going to be overwhelmed in terms of what they can eat and what they can't eat. And if this does happen, it's important to remember to tell them or to tell yourself that it's okay if you take things still one step at a time. As long as you take a step in the right direction and you go slow, then that's fine. Even if that means the removal of one single food at a time, as the overall goal should really be to just not regress or ever move a step backwards in the process. Okay, so in addition to removing of a majority of the biggest possible trigger foods that can cause the body's detox capability to slow down, we're also going to add in some specific detox supporting foods so that they can lend a helping hand. Some of those specific detox improving foods are going to be lemon juice, fresh beets, cruciferous vegetables, blueberries, and cilantro. Due to their unique compounds that each of the previous foods contain, their consumption will only aid in supporting the body's detox capacities. However, there is one that has extra special, and that is cilantro. As cilantro alone has a great ability to bind up heavy metals in the body. And because heavy metals are a huge problem for those with thyroid disease, it would be a good practice to try add in a little fresh cilantro to a person's meals, salads, or smoothies. In addition to the foods that we just mentioned, a person will also help out their detox pathways by making sure to bump up their supplemental soluble and insoluble fiber intake, as by doing so, this will help bind up more of those toxins and hormones that may just be hanging around when they shouldn't be, so that the body can safely excrete them for good. Having a person also introduce the use of some greens powders is another great tool for helping the body properly detoxify, as the main ingredient that does much of the heavy lifting when it comes to the detoxification of greens powders or green substances is a substance called chlorophyll. As chlorophyll is actually what gives something its green color. In addition, greens powders are also going to be a great source of some extra nutrients if a person thinks they may be running low. Certain protein powders can also be great in promoting proper detoxification, as the use of a pea protein or a hydrolyzed beef protein are going to be the best choices for someone with thyroid disease or a problem, as they can both serve as a good source of those vital amino acids that are needed for phase 2 detoxification, in addition to being two of the protein powders that are known to be the least inflammatory. I haven't had many issues with them. A great way to get in all of the previously mentioned foods into the body in one shot is through putting them into like a superfood smoothie, of which can be made very easily through the use of a high-powered blender like a Vitamix or a Blendtec, as either of the two or almost any high wattage blender can pretty much blend up anything from seeds to nut to frozen fruit in just a few seconds. And its addition to anyone's kitchen would be a wise investment for someone looking to get in an easy way to get in some more healthy foods into the diet. So now that we have covered how to prime the liver for detoxification when it comes to the addition of certain foods into the diet, let's now cover how to further support the liver through the use of some targeted supplements. Now, when it comes to many of the individual liver support supplements that are going to be marketed today, many of them are geared towards improving or supporting only one part of the detoxification process. But as we stated earlier, it's important to remember that the entire detox process needs to be supported, rather than only supporting phase 1 or only phase 2, or attempting to help the body deal with those toxic intermediates. So the best way in which a person can do just that, while at the same time not having to spend a small fortune on individual supplements for all 3 of the previously mentioned detox phases, would be to just find a good quality liver supplement combination product, so to speak, that touches all 3 areas. However, the hard part becomes knowing what a good liver supplement should have in it. So let's quickly go over some of the best liver health supporting supplements. Some of the best all-around early morning phase 1 and phase 2 detoxification improving supplements are MSM, the amino acids glutamine, glycine, cysteine, and taurine, and lastly, alpha ketoglutarate acid. There are also some great bedtime liver support supplements such as magnesium citrate, and again, another general amino acid support product. The liver and gallbladder's production of bile should also be supported, with the main reason being that the creation and release of bile into the digestive tract is under the liver and gallbladder's direct control. Now, a liver and gallbladder combination formula is a type of product that should ideally be taken 3 times per day. With some of the best substances to look for include artichoke extract and phosphatidylcholine. However, phosphatidylcholine rarely comes in combination products, so it might need to be purchased as a standalone. However, it is one of the best when it comes to keeping bile moving throughout the digestive tract. Methylation support, as we brought up earlier, is also something that's going to be great to add in, especially for those that may have or suspect they may have an MTHFR gene mutation. And in that case, just make sure to look out for a product that contains methylfolate and methylcobalamin, and aim to spread that product out into 2 separate doses per day. Lastly, N-acetylcysteine, or NAC, should always be included in any detox improvement plan, especially at a higher dose of at least about 1,800 milligrams per day, as NAC is the main precursor to the body's master antioxidant, glutathione. And it's glutathione that probably plays one of the single largest roles in a person's phase 1 and phase 2 detoxification. And during times of high stress and toxic burden, glutathione gets burned through at a super fast rate. Now, all of the above supplements really only need to be taken for about 2 months during the time when a person first begins their healing journey. Now, with that being said, if a person's diet and phase 1 and phase 2 detoxification pathways are not first dialed in before moving on to the final stages of this thyroid healing plan that we are obviously going to go over, then they could definitely be factors that are holding a person back from identifying any additional root cause triggers, as well as allowing them to heal and recover. However, the one supplement that's going to be the exception to that 2-month time frame is the use of N-acetylcysteine, as NAC can and should really be taken for the entire time period, as it provides so many benefits in the body. And in my eyes, I think that a person should really stay on it during the entire healing journey that they're going through. Okay, so I think that just wraps about the liver. Okay, so hope you can see how important the liver is. And next we're going to move on to some nutrient depletions. So in this next part of the course, we're going to be covering just how damaging certain nutrient deficiencies can be to the body concerning the development of thyroid disease, as well as fully explaining how those deficiencies will all need to be addressed prior to anyone that is planning to heal the body and thyroid. We're also going to discuss some of the largest contributors that can lead to nutrient depletions in the world and how to effectively remove them as a barrier. We're also going to touch on what are considered the healthy and optimal reference ranges for many of those important thyroid health nutrients, as well as some of the best supplements to use in order to treat those deficiencies. And then lastly, we're going to cover how a person can prime their bodies to better absorb more of those required nutrients through the utilization of certain foods and supplements. Before we dive into the reasons as to why certain nutrient depletions can be such a huge cause behind thyroid disease and how to correct them, let's first cover some of the basics as to why so many people in the world today are struggling to get in enough nutrients through diet alone. Reason number 1 is that conventional farming plays a huge role in the world's nutrient deficiency problem, as like it or not, the produce that is grown today is just not grown in the same healthy soil environment that it was 50 years ago. A common or simple example of this can be seen in vitamin C content in oranges, as a person today has to eat 8 to 10 oranges to get the same levels of vitamin C that they received from a single orange that was grown 50 years ago. The over-processing of foods is the next huge contributor when it comes to the increasing levels of nutrient deficiencies in the population, as foods that are processed basically get stripped of many, if not all, of the natural and healthy counterparts than their whole food brothers do, and all in an attempt to extend the product's shelf life. Unhealthy diet choices by a large portion of the population is another huge cause of nutrient depletions, and the claim could easily be made that not all the blame should entirely fall on the public's lap, as the food industry should also bear some of the burden, as they play a large role in influencing the unhealthy diets of many consumers today. They do this through manipulative advertising and by also manipulating the food that they create by concocting perfect, tasty blends of sugar, salt, and fats that pretty much leave the foods void of anything healthy but are very tasty and addictive to a person's palate. Another sad fact is that many of the adults in today's world grew up not understanding or being taught what healthy foods and nutrition really are because of the fact that they relied on the mainstream media and food manufacturers to educate them about nutrition. Remember the food pyramid? Pharmaceutical medications are also a huge problem in the world of nutrient depletions, as a large portion of the pharmaceuticals used in the world today are referred to as drug muggers. They're referred to that by the functional medicine community because of the fact that they will actually prevent the body from absorbing certain nutrients and thus causing deficiencies. Hidden infections in the body can also steal away nutrients, as they are a big problem when it comes to thyroid disease, and then we have a whole section devoted on how to deal with them later on. Another huge and oftentimes hidden cause of nutrient deficiencies is when a person has low stomach acid or a condition called hypochlorhydria. Talked about that a little bit earlier. As low levels of stomach acid will prevent the body from breaking down and absorbing certain nutrients such as B vitamins and iron. The vicious cycle, so to speak, of poor digestion, gut inflammation, intestinal permeability, and the resultant food sensitivities is a surefire way to ensure that the person becomes nutrient depleted. In addition to that, eating a restrictive diet, or even eating a diet that consists of a person eating the same things day in and day out, can all lead to them having a dysfunctional microbiome or an imbalance of good to bad bacteria in the gut. And what this does is it prevents the body from absorbing and even creating certain nutrients. Now, thyroid disease all on its own can actually slow down the body's metabolism so much that it can have a negative impact on a person's digestion and absorption of nutrients, as thyroid hormones play such a huge role when it comes to metabolizing food and extracting their nutrients. However, those very same thyroid hormones still need to be created and released in order to do so, and without those building block nutrients that are required, the process of doing so will come to a screeching halt. Okay, so that pretty much wraps up some of the largest contributors to the nutrient deficiencies in the population today. But before we get into the specific nutrients that the body requires in order to maintain proper thyroid function, let's first touch upon how certain diets, medications, and that once again MTHFR gene mutation can all add insult to injury when it comes to the body being nutrient depleted. Nutrient depletions are commonly seen in high amounts in people who follow certain restrictive diets, such as ketogenic diet, vegan and vegetarian diets, and even the paleo diet to an extent. So it's important to know that if a person restricts any one type of food or macronutrient for too long, then there's a very high chance that they may end up lacking in some vital nutrients that the body requires for optimal functioning. And like it or not, we as humans have evolved to eat every food group that the world supplies us. The overuse and overprescribing of certain medications is also a huge problem when it comes to the body absorbing certain nutrients, with one of the biggest perpetrators being acid-blocking drugs known as proton pump inhibitors, or PPIs. Some of the names of those acid-blocking drugs to keep an eye out for are Prilosec, or omeprazole, and Nexium, and some of the over-the-counter versions being Pepcid and Famotidine. Stomach acid blocking drugs are prescribed or taken with the intention of blocking or suppressing the body's natural production of stomach acid, although the problem in doing that is that stomach acid is actually required to break down foods so that the body can properly absorb the nutrients from that food. So I hope it's easy to see where that can be a big problem and how it can be the beginning of a problem, especially when it comes to when a large percentage of the people that are prescribed these acid-blocking drugs are told that they should be on them from several years to their entire lives. Another medication that can cause some serious nutrient depletions in the body are synthetic estrogens and progestins that are most commonly seen in hormonal birth control, as they can really reduce the body's ability to absorb some of the most important nutrients, such as B, C, and E vitamins, and certain minerals like magnesium, selenium, and zinc. Prescription antibiotics are another medication that is grossly overprescribed in today's world, and just like hormonal birth control, they can also be a huge cause of nutrient deficiencies due to the gut flora imbalances that they create. Now, changing gears again, we have discussed the MTHFR gene mutation in the previous section. But it's also important to know that the MTHFR gene mutation is indeed, if it's indeed present, then it's definitely a factor that can play a large role when it comes to a person absorbing specific nutrients. And because of that fact, it's something that should always be tested for when a person has any form of thyroid dysfunction. So a person can know if they are a poor methylator or not. Remember, we talked about methylation earlier as well. When it comes to proper nutrient usage, methylation is a process that basically aids the body in activating folate, turning it into methylfolate from food and supplements for that matter. In addition to that, if a person is a poor methylator, then they will also not be able to properly convert synthetic folic acid into the raw material form of folate. And this can be a big problem due to the fact that folate is required in the body and folic acid is not. Now, the reason as to why that's so important is because the folic acid and not folate is most commonly found in most over-the-counter vitamins, as well as almost all nutrient-enriched foods. Can't get away from folic acid, but it really doesn't do the body any favors. People who are poor methylators also have a harder time converting B vitamins into their more active forms, which can prevent their absorption. As if a person is low in certain B vitamins that are not actually in the form that the body can properly utilize, then it can result in the body not being able to safely detoxify and excrete certain toxins and even heavy metals from the body, as those are two of the most important roles that should normally be handled by a healthy methylation pathway. Now, something to look out for on a serum panel when it comes to a person and the MTHFR gene mutation is a marker called homocysteine. As if a person has an elevated level of homocysteine, then that can be a huge indicator that they are methylating poorly and that they may need to be on some form of methylation support. Another reason for a person to regularly check their homocysteine levels is that it can also be an indirect marker of inflammation in the body, especially around the heart. Now, the optimal or healthy range for a person's homocysteine level should be between 5 and 8. However, if by chance a person does come back with an elevated homocysteine level, then that should be an indicator that they might also want to check some other nutrient markers that can negatively be affected by poor methylation, such as testing for folate, vitamin B12, and vitamin B6. Now, we talked about nutrient depletions in the soil already, and because of that fact, in this day and age, it's close to impossible for an everyday person to get all the nutrients the body needs from food alone. As we've already just covered how certain micronutrients can be, how important they are in the body, and how those very same micronutrients that we require from our diets are necessary for every physiological process in the body, just as water is to survival. Because of that fact, it's super important that a person understands where the optimal ranges should be when aiming to make sure that they are in fact getting in all the nutrients that the thyroid needs, either from their diet or from supplementation. Okay, so the top 5 largest nutrient deficiencies that can cause a possible root cause trigger behind a person developing thyroid disease, as well as the deficiencies that are commonly seen in those with thyroid disease, are selenium, vitamin B12, zinc, vitamin D, and ferritin. There's also a common deficiency pattern that is seen in a smaller group with thyroid disease that present with levels, with low levels of iodine, vitamin C, vitamin A, magnesium, and thiamine. Now, iodine is probably the least common nutrient that is seen as low in thyroid disease, but all of the rest are frequently seen as deficient in those who develop most autoimmune conditions. And starting off with selenium, those who have a deficiency of this mineral may experience heart palpitations, increased levels of anxiety, the loss of hair, and even show an elevation in thyroid antibodies. When it comes to a person having low levels of vitamin B12, they may experience neuropathy, which is a weakness, numbness, or pain in the limbs that usually materializes in the hands or the feet, or if a person suffers from any type of anemia. Zinc deficiencies often materialize as cuts or wounds that heal very slowly. T4 to T3 conversion problems, lack or the loss or the lack of ability to smell, eczema or adult acne on the skin, and lastly, little white spots in the fingernails that appear. Low levels of vitamin D have been connected to symptoms of severe fatigue, the inability to properly handle or deal with stress, and numerous autoimmune symptoms. Having low levels of ferritin and iron is commonly associated with hair loss, the feeling that a person is constantly out of breath, physical and mental fatigue, becoming anemic, and having pale skin. Magnesium deficiency is very common, is very commonly seen not only in those with thyroid disease, but the deficiency is actually seen across the entire population. Some of the most common symptoms seen in the body as frequent headaches, inconsistent bowel movements, or constipation, body aches and or pain, muscle cramps, menstrual cramps, anxiety, and lastly, acid reflux. Low or lower levels of omega-3s in the body. Symptoms can present themselves with flaky and or dry skin, eczema, anxiety, or mood issues, dandruff, and lastly, aches and stiffness in the body. If a person's always tired, has low blood pressure, low adrenal function, low cortisol levels, if they have recurrent bouts of brain fog, or if they've been on a strict grain-free diet or a paleo-type diet, can all be an indicator that a person may be low in thiamine, also known as vitamin B1. Having low levels of vitamin C in addition to B can also be seen in those with adrenal issues, but it's also seen with those with compromised immune systems, as well as those who have poor detoxification capacities. Folate and vitamin B9 deficiencies are regularly seen in those who have elevated homocysteine levels, people that might have grooves on the tongue, and once again, anemias. Now, as noted earlier, if a person does have an MTHFR gene mutation, then they are going to be at a greater risk for developing a folate deficiency. So let's go over some markers to aim for on serum testing and how a person should properly supplement in order to bring their levels back up. So when a person starts out, certain nutrients tested in their blood and the results that come back state that their levels are within what's considered a very broad range. And we talked earlier, some caution should always be applied when it comes to figuring out if that reference range value are values that healthy and thriving people report, or if those in-range values were originally just created based on the unhealthy population. As the goal for all people should always be to get into what is considered the optimal and healthy range, and not just what is considered the standard medical reference range. As like I said earlier, the standard reference range does not factor in the health of the population sampled. So with that being said, let's go over some optimal and healthy ranges that people will need to obtain if they want to ever put their thyroid condition back into remission. Starting out with vitamin B12, the standard reference range is usually 200 to 900. Now, that's not an optimal range that anyone with thyroid disease should be aiming for, as low vitamin B12 symptoms have been shown to materialize in people even in levels in the 400 to 600 range. So the optimal range of where a person should be at with their body healthy enough to fight off any thyroid issues is between 700 and 900. Now, when it comes to supplementing with vitamin B12, the best means of making sure that the most of it gets absorbed is through the use of a sublingual form of methylcobalamin, which is the activated form of B12. Following the sublingual route, the next best form of B12 that would be advised is an injectable form of B12, as both the sublingual and the injectable forms bypass the stomach and help ensure a better absorption rate. With vitamin B12 being one of the largest overall nutrient deficiencies seen in the world today, it's selenium that is hands down the number one nutrient deficiency deficiency that is seen in those who suffer with thyroid disease or those with Hashimoto's. Now, this is a marker that can't easily be checked on a basic lab panel, but if a person just supplements daily with selenium methionine at a dose of 200 to 400 micrograms per day, then they can pretty much guarantee that by doing so, they will be able to bring their levels back up into the optimal range. As having a healthy level of selenium can help reduce thyroid antibodies and it can also play a large role in reducing any anxiety. Now, there are many people on the internet that will state that a person can get all the selenium that they need from Brazil nuts alone. However, this has been proven not to be true, just due to soil issues and the size, so to speak. So be on the safe side. Just stick with the supplemental form of selenium and guarantee that the same dose of selenium is being delivered into the body each time. Low ferritin and low iron should always be considered when there's hair loss, especially when the hair loss is the type that shows thinning over the entire head or when the development of bald spots appear and not just when random hairs start falling out. Ferritin is a protein that serves as the body's storage hormone site for iron and is another nutrient that is regularly seen at low levels in those with thyroid disease. The standard reference range is pretty broad at 12 to 150. However, healthy people report levels in the 90 to 110 range, and ferritin levels of at least 40 are said to be required in order to stop any hair loss, where levels need to be at least 70 if women desire to grow any new hair back. Ferritin and iron are both substances that should not be supplemented with until a person's levels have been checked, as developing an iron overload situation or having too much ferritin can present with certain problems in the body. With that being said, if a person has had a previous pattern of having low levels of iron and ferritin in the past, then it's something that should always be kept in mind, as there's probably a very high likelihood that their levels could once again drop in the future due to numerous reoccurring factors in the body. Another side note that if iron and ferritin supplements are taken, then they should be taken at least 4 hours away from thyroid hormones, or pretty much any other supplement for that matter, as they can interfere with the absorption of other supplements. Vitamin D, by many, is now actually considered a prohormone, but for simplicity's sake, let's still refer to it as a super important fat-soluble vitamin. Just like ferritin and iron, if too much vitamin D is taken by a person in supplemental form, then it can build up in the body and cause problems. So once again, it's really something that a person should test first before taking any more than 2,000 to 5,000 IUs to start. The healthy range to aim for when it comes to vitamin D levels in the body is going to be different based on the source that a person references. As some sources will say that 30 milligrams per deciliter is sufficient to shoot for, and some will say that 80 is the ideal mark to aim for. However, it is pretty widely accepted that those with thyroid disease or any autoimmune condition, for that matter, should be aiming to get themselves into the 60 to 80 range. When it comes to supplemental dosing of vitamin D and how much a person should take, the quantity that's going to be required is really going to be, or it's really going to depend on how low a person's levels are. So if a person gets tested and their vitamin D level is less than 30, then 5,000 to 10,000 IUs per day should be enough to bring their levels back up. But it's still going to be important that a person follows up and checks to see if their actual dosing is doing the trick and putting them in the desired range a few months down the road. For zinc levels in the body, the best way to person to check and see if they are indeed low is to look at their alkaline phosphatase marker on a comprehensive metabolic panel, or a CMP. The optimal range for a person that is not going to be zinc deficient is going to be the 70 to 90 range. Now, if a person does come back with low alkaline phosphatase, then taking some supplemental zinc in the form of a zinc citrate at a minimum of 60 to 90 milligrams for the first 30 days in order to bring their levels back up, and then using a maintenance dose of 30 milligrams daily from that point on should bring their overall levels back up to par. Vitamin C will usually provide some relief to those with thyroid disease, especially for those with adrenal dysfunction, as vitamin C is required to create the body's stress hormones, and it helps bolster up the immune system. The problem is that during times of stress, the body burns through vitamin C reserves so quickly. So taking 500 to 3,000 milligrams per day in split doses is usually enough to build up a person's daily reserves. In terms of the version of vitamin C that provide the best benefit, it's advised that a person chooses a buffered form of vitamin C compared to using regular ascorbic acid, as ascorbic acid in high doses can harm the teeth and is not really vitamin C. Iodine deficiency and iodine excess can both be problems for those with thyroid disease, so be very careful when consuming supplemental iodine or eating foods that are high in iodine, as daily iodine intake that exceeds 300 micrograms per day can be shown to contribute to the development of thyroid disease and increase the production of a person's TPO antibodies. So supplementing with iodine or eating seaweed, kelps, or too much spirulina for that matter can in fact be a possible trigger that should be avoided with anyone with thyroid disease or Hashimoto's. Now, even for those who do not have thyroid disease, caution should still be exercised when it comes to iodine intake, as it's very easy to go over that 300 microgram mark per day due to the fact that iodine is found in almost all multivitamins, prenatal vitamins, thyroid medications, as well as being in some healthy food items. However, if a person is just aware of what foods and supplements that iodine does come in and how it can affect them, then they will at least be armed with the facts, and based on that, they will hopefully make the right choices, as a majority of the time, the damage is done by those who are unaware of the effects of iodine in the body. Many with thyroid disease also show up with low levels of vitamin B1 or thiamine, and it's been shown that supplementing with 600 milligrams of bentothiamine, a supplemental form of thiamine per day, can lend a huge hand huge helping hand when it comes to people regaining their daily energy levels. A good quality multivitamin at 1 per day, an activated B complex usually taken at 2 doses per day, along with some magnesium threonate at a dose of 400 to 600 milligrams before bed would also be a good safety precaution to make so a person's able to refill their low stores in the body, as those with thyroid disease normally burn through all of the previous nutrients at much faster rates compared to those with thyroid disease. We're talking about nutrients and food and all these important things with the liver, and none of that makes a big difference if a person's eating the healthiest diet in the world, healthiest foods, taking all the best supplements, if the body's not able to properly digest and absorb them. As if neither of those two processes can take place, then supplementing can become a giant waste of time and money. With that thought in mind, one of the largest reasons as to why the body may not be able to digest and absorb what it takes in through the diet and supplements is due to the fact that it's not producing enough stomach acid and or digestive enzymes. So at times, a quick fix can be to supplement with both digestive enzymes and hydrochloric acid, as their use can make a huge difference when it comes to a person absorbing and utilizing the nutrients that they're taking into the body. And no, a person should not have to take either of them indefinitely, but many, at least in the beginning and for a period of time after starting, both may be required until the body and gut are properly healed and or the body is able to start crank them out all on its own. Some warning signs when it comes to using supplemental HCl is that if a person does take HCl and feel any type of burning that is not simply a warming feeling in the stomach, then that is going to be a sign that they should stop. However, it should also indicate that they may have an H. pylori infection in the stomach and they should probably go get checked out by a doctor using an H. pylori breath test from their local doctor. Sorry. Also, if they're taking any type of NSAIDs or if they have a history of ulcers, then the use of HCl might need to be put on hold until those factors are properly dealt with or crossed off the list, as taking supplemental HCl can actually contribute to the growth of a developing or current ulcer, and its use can make an H. pylori infection even worse. And for those that already have sufficient HCl levels in the stomach and do not need any additional hydrochloric acid, then its use will normally only produce a slight stomach ache. And if that does occur, then that should just serve as another good sign to discontinue its use. When it comes to figuring out if a person does have low digestive enzyme production, or what is commonly referred to as pancreatic insufficiency, they may show symptoms of stomach pain, weight loss, gas and bloating, foul smelling and greasy stools, and or frequent bouts of diarrhea. A good way to find out if a person does have pancreatic insufficiency is by looking at a fecal elastase marker that is usually found on a comprehensive diagnostic stool test, also known as a CDSA, or checking a person's amylase or lipase markers on a serum blood test. Fat digestion and absorption can also be a big issue for those with thyroid disease, and the reason as to why that is the case is because almost all that have a thyroid problem, again, also have some form of a gut imbalance. Now, some of the symptoms to keep an eye out for when it comes to those with fatty acid malabsorption would be dandruff on the scalp, with the accompanying oily or greasy hair on the top of the head, having light-colored, hard, and foul-smelling stools, thin and or transparent like skin, also commonly referred to as chicken skin, or even dry skin that itches, scales, and flakes, or honestly, any variation of skin rash or eczema for that matter. So that just about wraps up the most common nutrient deficiencies that are seen in those with thyroid disease. The next area that we're moving on to is going to be helping a person ensure that their adrenals are healthy and are not a factor that's contributing to the thyroid problem. Okay, as we now embark on hour number 3 of this course, believe me, if you're listening, it's only worse me talking up for 3 hours to a camera and not actually talking to anyone. So feel my pain. But off topic a little bit. We're getting into now the adrenals. If you are a coach, or if you work in any facet of the healthcare realm, then you most likely heard the phrase that stress is the root cause behind all chronic health conditions. And that statement is oh so true when it comes to thyroid disease. And it's also the main reason as to why we are addressing it here and now. Because believe it or not, most people with thyroid disease or autoimmunity also have a stressed set of adrenals. So in this section, we're going to dive into just how big of a role that a person's dysfunctional adrenal glands can play when it comes to them developing thyroid disease. And secondly, and how and why it can also be one of the largest causes that can prevent a person from ever getting better. So in terms of specifics, we're going to discuss the great acronym that someone came up with called the ABCs of adrenal support. We're also going to cover some adrenal testing options and how to cater a healing plan based on those results, as well as some of the best lifestyle tactics that can be used to heal the adrenals. And then lastly, we're going to cover some of the best supplements that can be used by a person to help them recover and heal their adrenal function. When it comes to stress in the adrenals, the stress hormone cortisol is going to play one of the biggest roles in the person's stress cascade. It gets released during times of stress, obviously. Cortisol has several roles in the body, of which include regulating blood sugar, increasing body fat storage, controlling blood pressure, and it's also one of the body's primary means of reducing inflammation. And in a roundabout way, it allows a person to effectively deal with and cope with stress. Now, when a person comes to the reason as to why a person's adrenals will stop working, it's normally due to the fact that the body's been under large amounts of stress for quite some time, and the body has just been producing way too much cortisol for too long of a time period. As remember that cortisol is a catabolic hormone, meaning that it breaks down the tissues of the body, and it's not something that can just be produced indefinitely or would eventually break the body down into nothing. So when constant stress causes the body to produce cortisol for a long enough period of time, then the pathways that signal the adrenals to produce more cortisol, in effect, basically shut down. And it does so in order to protect the body from that long-term catabolic effect of that cortisol. Or an easier way to think about it is that the brain pretty much tells the adrenals to slow down and stop producing cortisol so that they can protect the body. As there is usually never a faulty communication problem between the brain and the adrenals never get tired or burned out, as the common term adrenal fatigue signifies. However, in any scenario, if the adrenals are in fact overworked and cortisol levels have dropped to low levels, then they will need to effectively be brought back up and balanced before anyone can really expect to heal from thyroid disease. Some of the largest triggers of adrenal dysfunction can be connected to the consumption of inflammatory foods. As when inflammation increases in the body, it's its natural response to release cortisol in an attempt to neutralize that inflammation or level it out. Sleep deprivation or just not getting enough sleep each night is going to be another huge cause behind adrenal issues, as well as blood sugar dysregulation. Now, the reason as to why blood sugar swings are such a problem is because they stimulate an insulin release, of which naturally then clears the body's circulating blood sugar. When this happens, blood sugar levels will, of course, naturally drop once again, resulting in the body cranking out even more cortisol in an attempt to bring the person's blood sugar levels back up. All of these ups and downs create a vicious cycle of blood sugar dysregulation and cortisol imbalances. Next in line of potential adrenal problems is when the body is lacking in certain key nutrients, especially with regards to the B and C vitamins and magnesium. As when a person is very low in the previous nutrients, it can be a huge problem due to the fact that large amounts of them are actually required to produce cortisol in the first place. In addition to the lack of nutrients, large amounts of both mental and emotional stress can also be another huge contributor of adrenal issues, as well as a person having hidden infections that may be lurking somewhere in the body, as infections can strip the body of some of those very same nutrients and elevate levels of inflammation, paving the way for, you guessed it, thyroid dysfunction. Now, a person doesn't just wake up one day and all of a sudden have adrenal dysfunction, as it almost always progresses through a series of identifiable stages in what are referred to as stage one of adrenal dysfunction. Or let's say in stage one of adrenal dysfunction, a person may develop high blood pressure. They might find themselves becoming easily agitated or aggravated due to the body producing those high levels of cortisol. And this is actually during the time usually when a person is still experiencing high levels of stress. However, the body at this point is still usually able to cope with that stress due to an increase in their DHEA levels. Then, as the stressor continues and more time goes by without seeing a reduction in the person's stress levels, the body finally hits a point where it says that it can't do it anymore and starts lowering the production of cortisol in an attempt to save the body's tissues from the eventual breakdown. And this is where the start of stage 2 of adrenal dysfunction begins. Now, this may be the first time where a person might start to experience symptoms of having low cortisol, such as higher than normal levels of fatigue and tiredness. Then, as the body continues to produce less and less cortisol, and when that low level actually hits a certain point on adrenal testing, along with that corresponding low DHEA reading, the body eventually ends up in stage 3 adrenal dysfunction. And in stage 3, little to no cortisol is being created and produced. And it's very common for a person to experience extreme fatigue, have low blood pressure, have a low functioning immune system, as well as a lower desire to do anything except sleep. Hopefully, after what we just talked and you can understanding all the other root triggers we've gone through, you might be able to understand how large of a role that a person's adrenals can play in the health of the body, as well as understanding how they can be a triggering cause of thyroid disease. But instead of just dwelling on the negative, let's bypass all that and let's briefly jump into some lifestyle tactics and hacks that a person can use in bringing their adrenals back to health, just as we did in the diets, liver, and nutrient depletion sections. Now, we're not going to go too deep into any of the adrenal protocols today, as there's going to be an entire masterclass devoted to dealing with HPA axis dysfunction that's in the works. However, we are still going to cover some of the basics as to how a person can properly heal the adrenals. Obviously, one of the largest goals in any health journey is to reduce the levels of stress in a person's life. And up until this point, we've already talked in depth about what stress can do in the body when left unchecked. Getting a person's blood sugar in check is also going to be fundamental, number one, and should somewhat be the first priority when it comes to adrenals. And the actual step of doing just that should be the removal of any trigger foods. And that concept has already been beat to death in the diet and food section, so we won't spend too much time on that here. But at its core, the focus should be lots of healthy fats and proteins while keeping the carbohydrate intake moderate and getting in lots of color from the rainbow when it comes to fruits and vegetables. Those few pointers alone can do wonders when it comes to getting someone off their blood sugar roller coaster. Nutrient depletions are going to be another foundational area when it comes to the adrenals, as we covered many of those in the nutrient depletion sections, and we'll cover even more of them in the adrenal-specific nutrients in a short while. Next, there is sleep and recovery. Now, even though we are bringing this up after blood sugar and nutrients, improving a person's sleep quality and duration will be the fastest thing that any person can do to get them feeling better and healing. The reason I say this is because when it comes to actually healing the adrenals, almost everyone suffering from overfunctioning or underfunctioning set of adrenals do not get enough quality sleep, or as I like to refer to it as vitamin Z. Getting in just a few more hours of sleep per night can be the single largest thing that anyone can do in order to help correct any adrenal dysfunction, as a person should really aim for 9 to 10 hours of sleep when beginning a healing journey that involves fixing their adrenals. So aim to cut out any television, any computers by 6 p.m. Yes, I said 6 p.m. It won't be forever. Try to utilize a magnesium supplement or even possibly take an Epsom salt bath before bed. Now, if a person is snoring, it could also very well be the reason as to why they have a difficult time getting out of bed each morning. Not rocket science right there. And if that is the case, then it's highly advised that they get tested for sleep apnea. As if a person does in fact have sleep apnea, then it is without a doubt 100% negatively affecting their sleep quality and contributing to their dysfunctioning adrenals. The removal of caffeine will unfortunately also be required, as for many this may be the most difficult thing to remove, but it's going to be super important to do. The reason for this is because caffeine will already cause a person's already stressed out adrenals to squeeze out a little more cortisol, when conversely, the body's trying to not do so in an attempt to protect itself. So in essence, caffeine to a stressed set of adrenals will provide a little mini burst of cortisol, but then end up leaving the person even more depleted, as in the same effect someone may get from kicking a dead horse. Cutting out all things inflammatory in the life should also be the goal, with some of the biggest and most common including inflammatory foods, medications, alcohol, and even inflammatory people. Then, after that removal, person also needs to put in a set of rules in place that will help them back off from not overstressing about what is not in their control. And lastly, decommitting or just saying no at times to people and not overextending themselves, as those very easy concepts of not saying no and overextending oneself is where a large majority of all adrenal problems begin in the first place. Healthy and properly functioning adrenals will require certain materials in order to create the body's stress response hormones. And those very same important raw materials are cholesterol, B vitamins, vitamin C, magnesium, and sodium. Now remember that cholesterol and vitamin B5 are the two main precursor substances that are required for the production of all hormones in the body. So that's important point number one. Now, when we are zeroing in specifically on the adrenals, this is where that ABCs of adrenal support mentioned earlier come into play. As the A in the ABC stands for adrenal adaptogens, with the B representing B vitamins, of which specifically include thiamine or vitamin B1, pantothenic acid or B5, and vitamin B12. And then lastly, the C in the ABC stands for good old vitamin C, which hopefully does not mean ascorbic acid. A person should always stay away from ascorbic acid due to its acidity and lack of bioavailability, but instead aim for acerola powder, that's a ACEROLA, as it's the most bioavailable form of vitamin C that you can get in a supplement form. Now, if a person is wondering what exactly are adaptogens, if I said that and they have no idea, adaptogens are certain herbs that help the body adapt to stress by either helping bring up or bring down the body's adrenal production and usage through various means of the body. Some of the best adaptogenic herbs include ashwagandha, maca, schizandra, Siberian ginseng, rhodiola, reishi, and shiitake mushrooms. And luckily, there are many combination products out in the market today that have many of the previously mentioned adaptogens in them. However, it's important to know that some adaptogens may be calming and some may be stimulating. So using certain adaptogens at the right time of day and testing their individual usage is first advised, if not choosing a combination product that claims to be either for low or high cortisol levels. So look at this sheet here, look at this slide and understand what adaptogens you should be using for a person based on symptoms. Now, if a person has by chance had an adrenal saliva test, then there are a few more targeted supplements that can definitely help a person better recover. But first, let me reiterate that these should not be taken unless an adrenal saliva test has been performed first. The first of those very supplements, or what is actually referred to as a prohormone, is known as a substance called DHEA. As DHEA is also an adrenal hormone that when taken can provide some of the raw materials that the body needs in order to create some additional cortisol. However, this is not advised for anyone that suspects there may be any form of estrogen dominance in the body, as there's the possibility that when DHEA is taken, that it can end up generating some extra estrogen production. This also goes for anyone that's had a history of hormone-reliant cancers, or if a person is an athlete that has required mandatory drug testing for sporting events. As DHEA is a WADA banned substance. Just don't take it if you're an athlete. 5 to 10 milligrams per day is all a female should need, where 25 to 50 milligrams per day is a standard dose for males. Now, if both of those dosages are in pill form, those ranges work well, but the dosage will be a little less if you're using a sublingual form. Licorice root is another substance that can help with low levels of cortisol, as it can extend the half-life of cortisol, allowing it to stay active in the bloodstream for a longer period of time. The best form of licorice root comes in a sublingual dropper, and all a person needs to do is take around 5 to 10 drops on the tongue a few times per day, but it should only really be taken when cortisol levels have been shown to be low on an adrenal test, as well as when a person truly feels run down. Licorice root should not be taken by anyone with high blood pressure, as in some, it may further increase a person's blood pressure levels. For situations on an adrenal test where a person shows high levels of cortisol, this will usually be seen on certain points of the day. A supplement called phosphatidylserine is something that can help bring the cortisol levels back down, not up, and is again only something that should be used or taken if an elevated cortisol reading was seen on an adrenal saliva test. As if a person were to take phosphatidylserine when they already had low levels of cortisol, then it could make their situation and symptoms even worse. Some realistic timetables when it comes to healing the adrenals really depends on what stage of the adrenal dysfunction a person is in and how long they've been in that stage. Now, if a person is in stage 3 and has only been there for a short period of time, then they may be able to recover in a few months. However, if they've been in stage 3 for quite some time, they can honestly take anywhere from 3 months to 2 years for them to possibly recover. With that being said, if a person is just in stage 1, then they may be able to get back to feeling like their old selves in a short period of time, if they put the right tactics in place. However, everyone's body and lifestyle factors are always going to be different, as I've seen people do all the right things lifestyle-wise and take all the right supplements, and it still end up taking them 6 to 12 months to feel better. When it comes to specifically testing the adrenals, consumers or health coaches for that matter can actually order adrenal saliva tests or all types of functional testing through a company called Lab Tests Plus or mymedlab.com. And then when the results are finished, they're sent directly to the clients. Most of the testing labs also have doctors on staff that will actually go over a person's test results and give them some suggestions as to how they may fix their problems, and are usually very insightful and very helpful. I actually still use the doctors at the labs myself. That pretty much wraps up on how the adrenals can be a root cause trigger to thyroid problems. And next, we're going to move on to hidden infections. In this next module or portion of the course, we're going to explain just how infections in the body can be one of the largest triggers when it comes to a person developing thyroid disease. We'll also be covering some of the ways in which a person can test for specific infections, the particular symptoms that present themselves with those infections, and lastly, just like all of the other sections, we're going to go over some specific protocols that will help the body in dealing with infections, including some important lifestyle and dietary changes, the use of some certain herbs and botanicals, and even in some cases, the use of medications. Now, in dealing with hidden infections in the body, it's definitely an advanced topic that could easily have its own course, as there are so many different protocols that can be implemented, and we really do not have the time to cover even a small portion of them. But instead of just leaving you with a statement that infections are a problem and that they need to be dealt with, we will, however, show you how to implement an all-encompassing plan that can do a great job of clearing out many of the common type of infections that can be seen in the body that can be contributing to thyroid disease and also possibly preventing a person from healing. But before we dive into the plan, let's first cover some of the main reasons as to why infections cause such a problem when it comes to the thyroid. What those are? Okay, so very simply put, there are basically three ways in which infections can potentially cause thyroid disease or Hashimoto's to develop. The first being intestinal permeability or leaky gut. As if a person has a faulty protective barrier in the gut, it can allow things into the bloodstream that are foreign that normally should not be able to get in. Kind of simple, right? The second way is that infections can lead to thyroid problems is when the body mistakes something that is not a pathogen as a foreign invader, and as a result of that mistaken detection, the immune system raises an attack in the body that ends up causing collateral damage to the thyroid gland. When this happens in the body, it's commonly referred to as molecular mimicry. And how this specifically occurs is because of the fact that the structure of certain bacteria, viruses, parasites, they all share a common protein structure that closely resembles the tissue of the thyroid gland. So when the immune system mounts an attack against what it thinks is the infection, it also ends up mistakenly attacking the thyroid gland. The third approach as to how infections can lead to the development of thyroid disease and Hashimoto's is through what is referred to as the bystander effect. As this is very commonly seen when it comes to viruses and viral infections, and what actually occurs in the bystander effect is that the viral agents can actually begin to take residence in the thyroid gland, calling it their home. Then, after the immune system detects the pathogen or viral agent, the thyroid gland mounts an attack against those pathogens. But it also, in the process of doing so, it attacks the thyroid tissues and the cells that have been invaded, which ends up doing damage and destroying the healthy parts of the thyroid gland. So in a nutshell, any foreign object that is unrecognizable, be it food, an allergen, a binding protein, or even a pathogen, has the possibility of causing the immune system to mount an attack in the body. And because many of those very same food particles, allergens, binding proteins, or pathogens, can closely resemble thyroid tissue, or even because of the fact that even some of those very same pathogens will end up hiding in the thyroid gland, the gland and tissue itself ends up being attacked by the immune system. And it just ends up getting considered as collateral damage. Now, that could be a bacterial, fungal, parasitic, SIBO type infection, a form of mold, or even an H. pylori infection that could all take residence in the body and end up being a triggering event. As it's estimated that up to 80% of people with thyroid disease or Hashimoto's have some form of gut infection. That's why treating it, why treating the gut is also going to be so important if a person ever expects to heal the body and thyroid gland. However, it's important to understand one fact about infections in the gut, that changes or improvements in a person's diet alone will not properly eradicate a large portion of infections in the body. And at best, a perfect diet may prevent an infection from getting worse, but that's about it. Now, even if a person can master and explain all of what was just stated above, there are still going to be those people who are going to want to know exactly what type of infection they have. And frankly, I don't blame them. But that is where functional medicine gut testing comes in. If you or a client fall into that category, then some of the best tests to order or what is referred to as a comprehensive diagnostic stool analysis, or a CDSA. A GI map test from Diagnostic Solutions, and lastly, an organic acid test are all good options for detecting infections in the body. All of the previous will require a practitioner to interpret the test results unless you order directly from the lab and use their doctors at the labs to explain the results. However, test or no test, if a person does have a thyroid disease, then they could have a single infection or they may have several types of infections. But in my experience, the chances that a person has 0 infections or problems in the gut are very low. With all of that being said, I hope that everyone now kind of has a better understanding that any type of infection in the body is going to be a stressor that will need to be eradicated. So it will be important that a person first focus on, supporting the entire body through implementing the proper diet, addressing any nutrient deficiencies, working on the adrenals as a first-line approach before implementing the following basic gut cleanse protocol. However, if the use of the following protocol does not get rid of any GI problems or infections, then it would be advised to take the next step of working with a functional medicine practitioner and having the proper gut health testing performed so that they can find out exactly what might be going on in the gut. The following gut cleansing protocol is a fairly straightforward and easy to implement plan that anyone with a little sense can put into action all on their own. However, just like anything in life, having someone like a coach to hold you accountable is always advised. Now, the plan that's going to be detailed is a wide-reaching one, and one that should be implemented if a person can't afford gut testing or if they're just not sure as to what type of infection they may have. It can help eliminate SIBO infections, parasites, bacterial overgrowths, also known as dysbiosis, H. pylori infections, as well as yeast overgrowths such as candida. However, if a person does successfully progress through the entire protocol and afterwards still ends up having GI symptoms, or if their situation just does not seem to be getting any better, then they will have a decision to make. They can either continue to struggle on their own, or they can keep investigating and digging a bit with the intention to figure out what exactly type of pathogens they're dealing with and how to treat it by having some more advanced testing done, such as what I recommended above. So the basic gut cleansing protocol of this course includes the introduction and the use of a certain set of herbs and combination botanical products that are all considered broad spectrum or far-reaching. The list of botanicals that are included in this plan include berberine, a combination herbal product called biocidin, a yeast-based probiotic by the name of Saccharomyces boulardii, and lastly, an antimicrobial and antiparasitic called wormwood or artemisia. Berberine is going to be the first broad-spectrum herb that is going to be included in the following plan, and the reason as to why it was selected as botanical number 1 is it is super effective at killing off yeast, parasites, SIBO infections, as well as almost every type of pathogenic bacterial strain that a person can imagine. A person should aim for a dosage of 500 milligrams, taken 3 times per day, and should ideally be taken 90 to 120 minutes away from any of the supplements or food. The second botanical included in this mini gut cleansing plan is a combination product by the name of biocidin. It's made by a company called Biobotanical Research, as biocidin is a product that serves dual roles in the body, and it does a great job of killing unwanted pathogenic bacteria, and is also one of the best at breaking up protective coverings called biofilms. As biofilms can be a tricky factor to navigate around, as bacteria love to hide away in them, and they also shield bacteria from detection. The best version of biocidin for the gut comes in a liquid dropper form, and a person's starting dose should be 2 drops on the tongue 3 times per day, and that dose should increase by 1 every other day until they reach 10 drops, taken 3 times per day. Biocidin should really be taken away from food, either by taking it 30 minutes prior to eating or 2 hours after eating. Biocidin, along with berberine, should be used for a minimum of 60 days, and that they can both be taken together. The third botanical supplement that's in this plan is a yeast-based probiotic by the name of Saccharomyces boulardii. Now, there are harmful forms of yeast in the body, and then there are beneficial forms of yeast in the body, and Saccharomyces boulardii is definitely one of the good guys. SAC-B, as it's often referred to, works its magic in the digestive tract by helping to rebalance the level of good to bad bacteria. It also helps clear out some of the harmful toxins in the body that get created by pathogenic bacteria. It can also help boost up the person's immune system by helping to raise up their secretory Ig levels. Using Saccharomyces boulardii strains that come in about 5 to 15 billion coliform units range is a strength that's going to be advised, along with the dose that starts with 1 capsule per day and is slowly built up to 2 to 4 capsules per day for that same 60-day duration as berberine and biocidin. However, it's definitely not advised to start out taking 4 pills of Saccharomyces boulardii all at once, as a person should start out with 1, then test the waters, and only build up if they experience no negative symptoms, as taking too high of a dose too quickly could cause a person some slight stomach discomfort. The fourth broad spectrum botanical that is recommended in the plan, this plan, is the use of wormwood, also known as a substance called artemisia. Wormwood has been added to the group of botanicals in this plan primarily because of its anti-parasitic qualities, but it's also very effective at killing other types of bacteria and viruses in the body. However, a person should not take wormwood if they normally or currently have elevated liver enzymes, or if they have a history of having hepatitis or any other type of liver dysfunction. You might be asking, how does a person know if they do in fact have elevated liver enzymes? Well, they can first look they can see by looking at their ALT and AST markers on a comprehensive metabolic panel, as CMP panels are included in almost every blood panel that ever gets run by a doctor. Otherwise, the normal use of wormwood in appropriate doses is going to be just fine. The recommended dose of wormwood on this plan is going to be 600 milligrams, 2 times per day, rotating it 7 days on and then taking 7 days off for that same 60-day duration. Now, the reason that this gut cleansing protocol has been set at the 60-day time period is because that many pathogens have a 30-day life cycle, and that the goal is to always hit them with antimicrobials for 2 life cycles. During this gut cleansing protocol, the liver should also be giving a little extra support due to the fact that the body's detox pathways are going to be working overdrive, as the liver is most likely going to have to be detoxifying a bunch of extra toxins that get produced when the pathogens get killed. So making sure to jump on a good quality amino acid support product, as well as a liver gallbladder support product, will help ensure that the liver has all the right raw materials that it needs to do its job efficiently. And we discussed those in the liver section. Now, there are going to be some people who may end up contracting a worm, as a worm is a different type of parasite that's hard to eradicate. And when a person finds out they have one, it will usually be detected on a stool test. So if a person does find out that they do have a worm, it will need to be treated with medications that are usually prescribed from a doctor, as most botanicals are ineffective at eradicating worms from the body. So just know that. Next, we're going to move on to viral infections, as they're a little bit different compared to regular bacterial gut infections, and one of the most harmful differences being that they do a great job of hiding themselves. And because of that fact, they can often go undetected in the body for long periods of time. However, both viral and bacterial infections have a huge potential for being triggers when it comes to people developing thyroid disease. Now, many of the thyroid disease-specific viral infections can actually reside inside of the thyroid gland, and as we discussed earlier, this can lead to a situation where the body launches an attack against the virus inside the gland, resulting in a person's thyroid getting caught in the crossfire. There are also going to be viruses that very closely resemble the protein structure of the thyroid gland. Because of that close resemblance, the body's immune system gets confused and ends up attacking it, once again causing collateral damage. Some of the most commonly associated viruses concerning thyroid disease are cytomegalovirus, or CMV, the herpes virus 6.2N1, and lastly, Epstein-Barr virus, or EBV. Now, EBV is probably the most common viral trigger that has the strongest connection to the development of thyroid disease, as it is a form of the human herpes virus that has also been linked to chronic fatigue syndrome, numerous autoimmune diseases, as well as several forms of cancer. However, in order for a person to see if they have an active infection of EBV, they're going to need to go to a doctor and have them perform a specific viral panel that checks for EBV antibodies. There are actually quite a few different tests that can be ordered when it comes to EBV, with the most common being the viral capsid antigen test, as this is the test panel that checks the body for specific EBV antibodies. Now, if the results come back showing that a person is positive specifically for EBV IgG only antibodies, then that means that a person has had an EBV infection in the past, which is very normal, as it's estimated that close to 90% of all people have at one time or another had an EBV infection. However, if the test comes back with positive IgG and IgM antibodies, IgM, then that means that the person does in fact have a positive active infection, or that a previous dormant infection has been reactivated. The early antigen test listed above is going to be the best option when it comes to detecting EBV, And that is because it can tell if the infection is in fact active in the body or not. And since EBV is considered such a huge trigger, it's definitely going to be a test that's highly recommended for anyone with thyroid disease, especially if a person has a past history of having mono or EBV for that matter. Or if a person all of a sudden feels run down, if they start to notice that their glands are really swollen. And based on the test results and the severity of the person's symptoms, there are certain treatment options that can be considered. But in most of those treatment scenarios, the best that a person can hope for is that they will be able to suppress the virus. But in reality, and in most situations, the body's just going to have to naturally clear the virus on its own. However, taking antiviral botanicals such as echinacea, golden seal, and systemic enzymes can help speed up the process that are actually, and there are actually numerous other treatment plans and protocols out there when it comes to treating viral infections that can be used. Many of them are rather in-depth and definitely outside the scope of this course. So just remember that you got to just let the body clear it naturally. Lyme disease is another thyroid disease trigger that should be considered if a person presents with certain viral type symptoms. Lyme disease usually originates from tick bites and is caused by an infection by a bacteria in the body known as Borrelia. So if a person has had a tick bite anywhere in the body, or if a bullseye style rash appears on the body along with the accompanying viral type symptoms, then those are a few possible signs that a person could possibly have Lyme disease. Now, if Lyme disease is suspected, then a person should really work with a practitioner that specializes in diagnosing and treating the disease, as the treatment of Lyme disease is way beyond the scope of this course. Okay, so that kind of wraps up infections. Let's move on to healing the gut. I'm going to say this one more time. Almost every case of thyroid disease in Hashimoto's has an intestinal permeability or a leaky gut at its core. We've already covered many of the actual causes behind intestinal permeability and how to remove them. But in this section, we're going to go a little bit deeper and discuss how how to actually heal the gut so that it's strong enough to fight off any foreign invaders that attempt to enter the body. But let me premise that fact by first saying that gut healing is a pretty complicated topic and that has many layers. And if anyone really wants to dive in a little bit deeper and understand how the gut affects everything in the body, then there's also a pretty comprehensive gut health masterclass that is also offered by NCI and myself. And I would highly recommend it to all those looking to learn things all gut related. Just a fun, cheap plug there. So in breaking it down clearly and quickly, there should really be 5 stages that need to be focused on before a person can heal their gut lining. And they are as follows. Step 1 is that all pathogens or infections need to be removed from the body. And that was hopefully accomplished in the previous step. And if not, a person is hopefully working with a practitioner to do so. Second is going to be the making sure that the body is loaded with all the nutrients that it requires to build the gut lining back up. Third step is going to be to make sure that they're supporting their digestion through the use of digestive enzymes and possibly hydrochloric acid. Step 4 is the identification and removal of specific trigger foods from the diet. And then lastly, step 5 is going to be restoring the balance of power to the beneficial bacteria in the gut by making sure that they are nourished and healthy. So I think that step 1 is hopefully clear as how a person should proceed, but it's step number 2 where a person really needs to step up their game and make sure that they're getting all the proper nutrients that will help heal any damage that has previously occurred to the gut lining. Some of the best things that a person can add in that will help speed up the healing process are through the use of supportive and healing foods, such as bone broth, gelatin, resistant starches, apple cider vinegar, fermented foods, and lastly, prebiotic fibers. Supplements can also lend a pretty big helping hand when it comes to healing gut, and I have to say that no gut healing plan would be complete without the proper use of L-glutamine. Now, there are tons of studies that support the use of L-glutamine when it comes to helping improve the health of the gut, as well as its track record and helping people feel better. And those are the reasons as to why it's become one of the most popular gut health supplements on the market today, and for good reason. As L-glutamine is one of the primary building block amino acids that the cells in the gut lining are actually built from. And during times of high stress, large amounts of L-glutamine actually get pulled from those cells, causing the gut lining to become compromised. It's also been shown that those with thyroid disease generally have low levels of available L-glutamine in the body, and that for them, it can be one of the most important free-form amino acids to supplement with. Now, dosing for L-glutamine should be on the higher end, with a minimum dose starting out about 15 to 25 grams per day, although many will still claim that much higher doses can be tolerated and are needed. However, it's still a good dosage to start out with, and any dose over 10 grams should be built up slowly over a period of days and split into at least 2 servings with a recommended duration of at least 90 days after starting its use. Digestive enzymes, and again, possibly HCl, should be the next thing that are added into a person's routine, as a goal should be to properly support digestion so that there are no undigested food particles that can end up feeding the bad bacteria in the gut. Next, a diet of non-reactive foods needs to be established, and this can be done through the use of elimination diet or an AIP protocol. However, in doing so, a person still needs to make sure that they're not restricting too many foods and still getting in a nutrient-dense diet, all the while minimizing any potential trigger foods that could be, potentially feeding those opportunistic pathogens that are living inside of us, such as gluten and sugar, for example. The addition of certain probiotics is going to be the last step that a person should layer in when it comes to healing the gut lining, as certain probiotics can help rebalance the gut bacteria in a positive manner by crowding out the potential pathogens that may still be causing any intestinal permeability and or dysbiosis. Think of the use of probiotics in the gut as a proverbial protective wall or bouncers that keep the bad bugs out and keep the good bugs in. There are going to be 3 variations of probiotics that I regularly advise people to experiment with and utilize, and they all have shown great promise when it comes to improving gut health in those who have thyroid disease. Now, all 3 variations can be taken all at once when a person initially is attempting to heal the gut, and then afterwards, one of the 3 can be rotated on a monthly basis so that a person can keep the diversity of their gut robust. The first type of probiotic that a person should implement is going to be a high colony forming unit product that contains several different lactobacillus and bifidobacterium strains. Now, with this type of product, the goal should be to look for a product that has at least over 100 billion CFUs, or even higher, as many of the low CFU probiotics in the market do not have the volume or strains that are needed to make much of an impact on an imbalanced gut. Second type of probiotic, that is one that we've already touched upon in the previous section, is the yeast-based probiotic Saccharomyces boulardii. Now, Saccharomyces boulardii can and does play many roles in the body, but 2 of the most important are that it serves as a toxin cleanup crew, in addition to building up the immune system that resides in the gut. 2 to 4 capsules of Saccharomyces boulardii per day is once again the recommended dose. With the last and final type of probiotic that can be layered in or used right from the get-go is referred to as a soil-based probiotic, or an SBO. The use of SBOs can be a powerful and quick-acting weapon against gut problems, as they make quick work of crowding out any bad bacteria. SBOs, just like yeast-based probiotics, have the upside that they will never end up feeding any type of pathogenic bacteria in the gut, such as what can possibly be seen with a SIBO type infection when the lactobacillus and bifidobacteria strains are used. An important point to remember or note about SBOs is that they're rather strong, and they should be introduced rather slowly so the body can adjust them, as they can pack a pretty powerful punch. However, if a person just follows the instructions on the label or on the manufacturer's website, then they should be just fine when it comes to using them. When looking for an SBO product, the 3 most well-studied strains that should be included when looking are called Bacillus clausii, the Bacillus coagulans strains, and the Bacillus subtilis strain. So that pretty much wraps up a rather quick gut healing section. But if any of those tasty morsels packed your interest, then think about checking out that Gut Health Masterclass a little bit down the road. So we have officially finished covering how some of the largest root cause triggers behind thyroid disease can develop and how to deal with them. In this last part of the application section, we're going to detail the steps that a person should plan on taking after the root cause triggers have been identified and dealt with, so the next step can hopefully be them putting their thyroid condition into remission. As with remission being the end goal, that is the primary reason as to why much of this course has been focused on educating everyone as to what are some of the largest underlying causes behind thyroid disease and how to realistically remove them. As if a person is able to remove their triggers, then they should be able to start feeling like their old selves once again, energy-wise, and slowly watch their symptoms fade away. And at that point is where a person may actually begin to enter into what is known as full-blown remission from thyroid disease. But before we jump the gun and get too excited, let's first go over some of the biggest roadblocks that may prevent a person from ever getting there in the first place. So, after hearing the word remission, a person still might be asking themselves, what exactly does remission mean? Or what exactly does it look like? And the answer to that question, at least when it comes to thyroid disease and Hashimoto's, there's no real clear definition out there that truly holds a lot of water. Just as there's no official definition for the word gut health, thyroid disease remission is really more of a general concept rather than a clear definition. But for all you bookworms out there, if we ask Dr. Google and Miss Merriam-Webster to define general remission, they define it as a period of time during a serious illness when the patient's health improves. Now, that sounds a lot like what we just described, but in the real world, when it comes to thyroid disease, it can still mean several different things, such as the removal of a person's specific trigger or triggers, the reduction of their thyroid antibody levels, or even possibly the thyroid gland regenerating destroyed tissue. And honestly, the list can probably go on and on. So, when it specifically comes to remission from thyroid disease, one of the first goals that a person should aim for is to feel their best. And for many, that's usually going to happen when they're able to get their thyroid hormones into the optimal and healthy ranges, as well as getting their TPO and thyroid antibodies below the 100 mark. Now, if you happen to be a person that has never tested positive for either of the thyroid antibodies, but you still have low thyroid hormone levels and still require thyroid hormone replacement, then much of this will not apply, and you may have to define remission through another way. But for the rest, when a person is in fact able to get their antibody levels under 100, it can be one of the first positive signs that they may be on the right path to remission. Now, taking a step back, the actual medical textbooks do define remission of thyroid disease as as a person having thyroid antibodies under 100. But I truly think that in order for a person to be in full-blown remission, they need to have low antibodies and also feel their best and have little to no symptoms. However, with that being said, a person should never get too hung up on a specific number, but just look for an overall improvement and a trend that is going in the right direction. As if a person is able to get their antibodies anywhere close to 100 from when they were possibly 500 to 1,000, then that is no small feat by any means. And that a person, if they are on even close to that, they're definitely on the right track. Following a person feeling their best, having their thyroid antibodies come back under 100, the next or second remission goal should be aiming for them to get their antibodies under 25 or have a person no longer have positive antibody detection at all in terms of the traditional medical reference ranges, or have their antibodies come back as non-detectable. As that is not a far cry from the 50 to 100 mark, and if indeed it is reached, it should be considered a huge milestone, even if it occurs just once for a person on serum testing. Now, if a person is able to get their antibodies under 25 or have them show up as non-detectable, then the third target to work towards would be the reduction in their dosage of thyroid medications. And then lastly, to have a person eventually wean off their medications altogether. But before we talk about how a person can come off the thyroid medications, let me first say something that there's nothing wrong with a person needing to take them, as thyroid medications should not and do not fall in the same negative category that most pharmaceuticals do, as they are always bioidentical hormones that in almost all scenarios a person with thyroid disease will benefit from. And when it comes to the side effects, they are almost non-existent unless a person or their doctor over or underdoses themselves, and that is by no means a claim that can be made by the majority of all other bioidentical hormones, such as the use of cortisol, estrogen, and testosterone, as they have side effects that you have to monitor. Now, even with all the good that thyroid medications can do, there are still many that harbor the negative thoughts concerning the use of them, and I totally understand it, as no one really wants to be relying on a medication for something that their body should be doing all on their own. However, in reality, it's such a small price to pay when it comes to a person deciding if they want to possibly feel their best with them or feel their worst without them. As like it or not, when a person has thyroid problems, the body's just no longer cooperating and creating enough of them on its own. So the take-home point here is don't be stubborn and sacrifice your health simply because of the idea that you don't want any more medication, that you don't want to be on any more medications. Now that I said my piece about medications, let's get back to remission and how a person can successfully navigate weaning off their thyroid meds. But before I do that, please let me state one more time that if a person or before a person attempts to come off any of their medications, they should first be symptom-free. Their thyroid antibodies should be at least at the 50 to 100 mark. And if attempted, the weaning process should only be done under the direct supervision of their doctor and not by themselves alone. Now, if and when the actual time does come for a person to wean off the meds, and it's with the assistance of the prescribing doctor, it still needs to be done slowly and carefully. So what exactly does that mean? Well, it means that a person should reduce their thyroid dosage in small amounts each time and not go with too big of a reduction right off the bat. Small reductions consisting of a quarter of a grain of Armour Thyroid or any other NDT medication, or a reduction of about 25 micrograms at a time if a person's using a T4 or T3 only medication. And then following each reduction, a person should test the waters, see how they feel based on the new dosage, and then only if the person feels good and has no form of regression in terms of negative symptoms, then they can make another dosage drop in the same amount every 4 to 6 weeks or so. If a person's dosage happens to be different, or if it's in an odd number or in an amount that then use a medication conversion chart that can be found online, as that can help determine a person's reduction dosage, and they're all over the place. However, with all that being said, the overall concept of making small reductions, then testing the water symptom-wise, it's not rocket science. So just go slow and base any future changes on a person's symptoms as well as how they feel. When performing any variation of a thyroid medication taper, it's also highly advised that the person still gets their TSH, free T3, free T4, and their thyroid hormone antibodies tested prior to making any further reductions to ensure their levels are still in the healthy and optimal range. Then, after their reduction, if everything is in the green, and then they can safely make the next drop. And just like before, they should give their body at least another 4 to 6 weeks to get used to that new dosage before once again getting tested and making any further dose reductions. Now, presuming that a taper or a series of reductions do go well, and the person's need for thyroid medications no longer exists and they come off their medications altogether, it would still be a smart idea for that person to continue to have some additional thyroid testing performed every 3 to 4 months for the following year, just so they can make sure that all their levels are healthy, as well as making sure that their thyroid antibodies have not gone back into the harmful range. Okay, so we are now at the point where hopefully a person has corrected or at least addressed any possible negative lifestyle factors, as well as removing any personal thyroid disease triggers so that they can finally get on the path to remission and likewise live a life without the use of medications. But before we end, I want to leave you with the idea that in order for a person to truly achieve optimal health and put their thyroid disease battle behind them for good, they're going to need to understand that if they want a healthy and functioning thyroid gland for the rest of their lives, they need to look at the process of doing so as a lifelong journey and not just be content with reaching their current destination. As the minute that they take their foot off the gas and bad habits reappear, the possibility of their condition resurfacing is very likely. And that's the last thing a person wants after all the hard work that's been put in to get to this point. Now, please let me take a step back here and say that having anyone go into full-blown remission from thyroid disease or Hashimoto's is not going to be an easy thing. And that if a person ever has a shot of doing so, then they're going to need to put in some serious work and be diligent in adhering to the plan. As if anyone ever tells you the opposite, or that you can just take a medication or a supplement and it'll make all your problems fade away, then that person's full of it. As I am saying the exact opposite, as it will definitely take some work and it's going to probably cost some money. There's most likely going to be some highs and there are definitely going to be some pretty low lows. But having a roadmap of what to do and what to look for on a person's journey is one of the biggest advantages that anyone could ask for if the true desire to regain a person's health is ever going to be a priority to them. So as a quick wrap up of the application section, and before we move on to some example case studies, let's quick review all of the steps that we covered when it comes to a person ensuring that many of the root cause triggers are no longer a factor that are contributing to their thyroid disease or holding them back from healing. Step 1 is ensuring that a person has removed any and all positive trigger foods and is on the best restorative and nutrient-dense diet for them. Step 2 is making sure that some of the most common nutrient deficiencies behind thyroid problems are corrected and or balanced out. Step 3 involves working to improve the function of the liver and the removal of any and all toxins from everyday life. That could be slowing things down and causing problems. Step 4 is managing stress and healing the adrenals. Step 5 is checking and handling any hidden infections that may be contributing to a thyroid problem. Where step 6 was the process of healing the gut lining and correcting any intestinal permeability. Lastly, the final step involved showing a person how to know if they are in remission or not and what to do from that point on. I know I've said this a couple times already, but we have officially come to the end of the application section of the Nutritional Coaching Institute Masterclass on Thyroid Health. But before we completely wrap things up, let's next go over some actual case studies involving thyroid problems, as well as looking at some example serum thyroid panels and see if we can identify some potential dysfunctional thyroid patterns and apply some of what we learned today. But before we start, let's take a quick break so everyone can stretch their legs. And when you all come back and are ready to go, we'll see you in the case studies. So in starting out with our very first case study, as well as with the hopes of applying some of what you've learned today, we begin with a 52-year-old female by the name of Beth. Now, Beth claims that she's always tired and that she's not been able to lose a single pound over the past 2 years, even though she does 90 minutes of cardio 5 times a week, has tried several types of diets ranging from intermittent fasting to keto diet, and nothing has seemed to budge the number on the scale. Beth was diagnosed as hypothyroid several years ago, and even though she's been on thyroid medications during the past year, she tells you that her hair is definitely still falling out. Her fingernails are more brittle than ever, and she's still always freezing even when the weather is warm. She's currently on a T4 only type of medication for her hypothyroidism and says that her overall health really took a considerable turn for the worst when she was in a severe car accident that happened 7 years ago. She does eat some fast food and a few times a week, and she apparently loves baked goods such as cookies and brownies, as she tells you that's her true vice. She also tells you that her insides and digestion are anything but regular, and neither have been right since she had a bad case of food poisoning where she was sick for over a week 2 years ago. Beth knows that she's in menopause, and a previous saliva cortisol test showed that she did have very low levels of cortisol and DHEA. Here's what Beth's most recent thyroid panel looks like. So she had a thyroid stimulating hormone of 0.8, which is below the optimal range, but very close. A free T4 of 1.6, a value that is within the optimal range. A free T3 of 2.7, a value that is below what many consider the optimal range. A thyroid binding globulin of 24, which is another value that is within the normal range. A reverse T3 that came back with less than a 15 value, which is once again within what is considered the optimal range. And lastly, a thyroid peroxidase level of 221, a number that is well outside of what is considered the healthy range. So after looking at Beth's most recent thyroid panel, as well as hearing about her symptoms and her lifestyle, what would be your first thoughts as how you might be able to help educate her about some of her possible actions, while at the same time aim to help Beth get her thyroid condition a little more balanced based on what you've learned today? Well, to start out, might be a good idea to reiterate that due to her elevated TPO antibody levels, that she does in fact have Hashimoto's thyroiditis, as there are many who really do not understand what Hashimoto's is and if they have it, and if they do in fact have an autoimmune condition. Now, based on that fact alone, the idea that she regularly eats fast food, as well as processed sugar and gluten that she gets in her Vice baked goods, could be very well a contributor to the severity of her antibody levels, as well as making her symptoms worse. It might also be good to point out that it might have been that car accident 7 years ago in her particular health timeline that may have been her initial triggering event, stress-wise, that initiated her hypothyroidism and or the development of her Hashimoto's. And that her most recent food poison incident could have also possibly opened up the floodgates symptom-wise and made her condition worse by creating some form of a bacterial infection or overgrowth in the gut that could have led to the development or worsening of any intestinal permeability. Now, when it comes to Beth's labs, the fact that her free T3 levels are low normal, but that her free T4 levels are optimal, could mean that there's a conversion issue from T4 to T3 that could be liver or gut related. So in addition to the above possibilities, what may turn a light bulb on with regards to Beth and her actions, and what are some additional things that she could do to help her condition, or what are some additional forms of testing that she could get done that may help her identify what some of her root cause triggers may be? Well, she could definitely look into her gluten sensitivity levels, as well as if she's eating a lot of foods that may be cross-reactive with gluten due to that molecular mimicry concept that we discussed earlier. And that can be pretty easily accomplished on a gluten sensitivity panel offered through Cyrix Labs or a wheat Zoomer test. She could also assess the health of her gut through the use of a stool pathogen test, as well as checking on her nutrient levels of zinc, ferritin, vitamin D, folate, and some others that we covered in the nutrient deficiency section, as the thyroid gland really needs sufficient amounts of them to function properly. What are a few lifestyle factors that we could advise Beth to take that could make her feel better and regain her energy? Well, I know. Number one for me, I would say, is that she needs to get 8 to 9 hours of sleep every night. 2 would be to address her low functioning adrenals and help guide her in a plan as to how to bring her cortisol levels back up. 3 could be switching her from a T4 only medication to a T3 to T4 combo medication, or the use of a natural desiccated form such as Armour-Thyroid or WP. And 4 would be the removal of any gluten, dairy, soy, and processed sugars from her diet, while at the same time employing the use of elimination diet to find out what foods work best for Beth. Then, lastly, I would pull out the 90-minute cardio sessions and replace them with some resistance training and give her a steps goal of 10,000 steps per day to aim for. And that's about it when it comes to Beth. And moving on to second case study, we find ourselves with a 45-year-old premenopausal female by the name of Jane. Now, Jane's biggest problem is that she suffers from bouts of depression and anxiety that seem to hit her in waves that do not follow any discernible pattern. And as of recently, she's even begun to have really bad hot flashes that have been waking her up on the average about 10 separate times throughout the night. She is also frustrated because she cannot seem to lose any weight, even though she claims to eat a well-balanced diet. Although, after looking at her food log, it's clear that she is a chronic undereater and that when she does eat out, she eats only, she eats mostly at restaurants and only eats 2 meals a day. She claims that her energy levels are decent, but her bouts of depression and anxiety along with her hot flashes are getting worse, not better. She even made the statement that her mental state has declined significantly over the past 6 months to a point that it's even affecting her work and family life. And, here's what Jane's most recent thyroid panel looks like. She has a thyroid stimulating hormone of 1.8, which is at the high end of the optimal range, a free T4 of 1.3, a value that is at the low end of the healthy range, a free T3 of 3.5, a value that is at the lower end of the optimal range, a reverse T3 that came back with a less than 15 value, which is considered within the optimal range, and her thyroid peroxidase antibody levels came back as non-detectable, but her thyroglobulin antibodies levels came back at 98, which is well outside of the healthy range. So how would you assess Jane's situation and possibly help educate her as to what might be going on in her body? Well, as a quick note, unlike Beth, Jane has not had her adrenals tested through any saliva testing, as that could be an important piece of information to have with regards to Jane's adrenals, as if they are a possible root cause behind her hormonal problems. Now, it does appear that Jane may be entering in the early stages of menopause due to her hot flash symptoms and her alternating bouts of depression and anxiety, both of which are pretty commonly seen with low estrogen and progesterone levels. Now, with that fact in mind, she could possibly benefit from some hormonal stimulating supplements or even the use of some light hormone replacement therapy so that she might be able to ease into menopause a little more gracefully and reduce her symptoms, such as the use of some low-dose progesterone. I also think that it's easy to see that her diet can definitely be improved upon, both in terms of quality and quantity. When it comes to her thyroid levels, they are all in what's considered the normal ranges, but her elevated TGB antibody levels indicate a Hashimoto's diagnosis, and that it may only be a matter of time before a condition gets worse and more of her thyroid tissue ends up getting destroyed, resulting in the reduction of circulating thyroid hormones, which will then most likely end up in her symptoms getting worse. What are some additional things that Jane might check for when it comes to her identifying her potential root cause triggers? Well, one might be Jane having her adrenals tested, as we talked about earlier, through an adrenal saliva test, not just through a single serum marker. And it would also be a good idea for Jane to get a full sex hormone workup so that she can see how low her sex hormone levels really are. A thyroid ultrasound would also be a good idea so that she can set a baseline as to the current level or size of her thyroid gland and possibly assess if any damage or how much damage to the thyroid gland has occurred or is occurring. When it comes to lifestyle and nutrition, what else could Jane do to make herself feel better? Well, she could definitely focus on improving her diet by including some more nutrient-dense foods and removing the largest possible trigger foods when it comes to Hashimoto's for at least 6 months. That includes gluten, dairy, soy, refined sugar, and alcohol, and then retest her antibody and thyroid hormone levels so she can see if her numbers have improved or regressed through dietary changes alone. She should also aim at getting in at least 1 to 2 more hours of sleep per night and build in a weekly exercise program that leaves her feeling refreshed and not depleted after each workout. The last case study that we're going to go over involves a 31-year-old female by the name of Lindsay, whose main complaints include fatigue, alternating bouts of constipation and diarrhea, and lastly, her inability to lose weight despite trying everything possible to do so. Lindsay has a previous history of digestive problems that began after being on a ketogenic diet for about 8 months. Since coming off the ketogenic diet, she has since transitioned into a vegetarian diet where she now admits that she eats very little protein besides some beans each day, a little fish about 2 to 3 times per week. And Lindsay has been on hormonal birth control since she was 18. She claims to be very active, both exercise and lifestyle-wise, but according to her own words, she's also 50 pounds overweight. Lindsay's preferred form of exercise includes high-intensity boot camp class that she attends 6 times a week religiously. She also mentions that after she exercises, she physically and mentally crashes pretty hard for about an hour. But after that, she generally feels pretty good. So here is Lindsay's thyroid hormone panel. Lindsay has a thyroid stimulant hormone of 2.5, which is definitely at the higher end of the optimal range. A free T4 of 1.0, a value that is at the lower end of the optimal range. A free T3 of 2.3, which is below the optimal or healthy range. Her reverse T3 came back at a whopping 37, showing that an elevation outside of both the standard reference range and the optimal range. And her thyroxine binding globulin, or TBG, came back at 75, which again shows an elevation outside of both the standard and optimal range. Now, on a good note, both Lindsay's TPO and TGB antibodies came back as negative or non-detectable. So how would you assess Lindsay's situation and possibly help educate her as to what might be going on in her body and how her lifestyle might be making her symptoms worse? Now, if you can remember back to the thyroid markers portion of this course, when we talked about thyroxine binding globulin, or TBG, we covered how the use of hormonal birth control can cause an elevation in a person's TBG levels. This is particularly important when it comes to Lindsay, as she has been on oral contraceptives for over 10 years now, and her TBG levels are quite elevated, as it's the TBG in the body that serve as those taxi cabs that the thyroid hormones bind to so that they can travel throughout the body. But unfortunately, when too much TBG is being produced, it can prevent the person's thyroid hormones from being used in the body's tissues, which in Lindsay's case would make perfect sense, as both her T4 and T3 levels are low. Her TSH is on the higher side, as well as her reverse T3, as the elevation of her reverse T3 marker indicates the body is experiencing stress and that's trying to slow things down or put the brakes on metabolically. Another possibility is that Lindsay's low T4 and T3 levels could be due to a conversion issue because of her unhealthy gut and digestive issues, or possibly because of the fact that she may be lacking in quite a few vital nutrients that her body needs to properly make thyroid hormones due to her past and current restrictive diets. So with all of that information, what are some additional things that Lindsay could check for when it comes to further investigating her root cause triggers? Well, just like Beth and Jane, she should probably take a good look at the health of her adrenals by performing a saliva adrenal test. Her digestive issues should also be investigated through the use of a stool pathogen test or a complete diagnostic stool assessment, and then lastly, a good nutrient screening so that she can see if she's lacking in any important nutrients. Next, how would you advise Lindsay when it comes to her lifestyle and nutrition choices? Well, you could definitely suggest that her body would most likely benefit from incorporating some protein into her diet, as the possible use of an organic food, whole foods diet, or even a possibly Mediterranean style diet would be a much better option from her current situation of being vegetarian. She would also most likely benefit from reducing her training intensity and replacing it with some more intensive exercise sessions with some easier forms of exercise such as yoga or resistance training. She could work on improving the health of her gut by including some healthy prebiotic fibers into the diet, and possibly consider another route of birth control, or possibly with the assistance of her doctor, contemplate coming off birth control altogether. Lastly, it might be advised that she can incorporate some forms of stress-relieving activities into her daily routine, as we can see that her body is currently experiencing stress due to her elevated levels of her reverse T3. And that pretty much wraps up Lindsay. Now, I hope that looking at Beth, Jane, and Lindsay's situations provided some good practice in really digging down a bit deeper into a person's symptoms and corresponding lab values. In the next part of the course, we're going to be specifically looking at practicing analyzing a few sample thyroid lab panels without ever knowing a person's symptoms, all the while trying to apply what we've learned today by looking to identify some red flags when it comes to hypothyroidism and Hashimoto's. Okay, so panel number 1. So what do you think about these results? Well, I have to say that if you are ever presented with a person that is showing up with thyroid-related symptoms, and then you get a panel like this, you really can't make any educated calls as to what's going on in the thyroid because there's not enough data to give a person all the pieces of the puzzle that they need for a proper diagnosis. However, at first glance, most regular doctors would see this panel or see a panel like this and tell a person, the thyroid's fine, no additional testing is necessary. But it should always be remembered that if a person is in fact presenting with classic hypothyroid symptoms, then a person who presents with the lab values such as these should definitely go back to their doctor and ask them to order a full thyroid panel. Or if they get any flack from the doctors, then just go do it themselves and take their asses back to the lab if they want some real answers, and not push off a cash blood draw because it may cost a few dollars or that they can't use their insurance. Okay, I've stepped off my soapbox for a second there. How about this panel? Does anything jump out? Well, the first thing that should jump out is the elevation of the reverse T3 marker, as this indicates that the body is trying to put on the brakes metabolically. And if you know that fact, then it's easier to understand that high stress levels can and will be the root cause behind a person's thyroid hormones getting deactivated into reverse T3. Another important point to remember is that high levels of stress shut down the thyroid's production of hormones by reducing TSH levels, and this person's TSH level is at the lower end of the optimal range. So in reality, this person's symptoms should really be considered first, such as, are they presenting with low adrenal symptoms? Are they possibly showing elevated adrenal symptoms? Or could it be a mix of both? That fact alone is why symptoms are going to be so important when it comes to interpreting lab values. However, once again, this is not really a full panel, so an appropriate conclusion cannot really be made because all the facts have not been properly presented. Okay, so moving on to panel number 3. What jumps out about this one? Anything? Well, their elevated TSH signifies that the brain and body are starting to scream at the thyroid gland in an attempt to get it to produce more thyroid hormones. However, at first glance of this panel, the rest of the markers really don't line up, as both of the person's free T4 and free T3 are in the optimal range, but after looking at the TPO and TGB antibodies, we can see that they are both present and elevated. And because of those high numbers, it signifies that a large amount of tissue damage may be occurring in the thyroid gland. Now, this could be a perfect example or a classic example of subclinical hypothyroidism, as when the thyroid cells that are being destroyed end up releasing stored thyroid hormones back into the bloodstream, this can, in effect, keep a person's thyroid hormones levels falsely elevated, preventing any thyroid symptoms from ever emerging. However, when enough thyroid tissue damage has occurred and there's no longer any stored hormones that are being released in the bloodstream, a person's thyroid hormone levels will naturally drop, which will then most likely lead to a full-blown diagnosis of hypothyroidism. Once again, it's always going to be important to consider the person's symptoms, but in this particular case, it's also very important to consider what is going on in the body as evidenced by the thyroid lab markers. Okay, panel number 4. So what does this last lab panel signify to you? Anything? Well, we do have both low T4 and T3 thyroid hormone levels, but no detection of any thyroid antibodies. Now, this is not exactly what you consider normal, but could this be a case of when a person's antibodies don't show up on testing, even though there could still be an autoimmune condition? Let's try to remember that 10 to 35% of all people with Hashimoto's do not test positive for thyroid antibodies, even though they do in fact have a thyroid autoimmune condition. So once again, it's important to base the decision on a person's symptoms and not just on the test results alone. However, if you do come across a panel like this, then it should definitely be advised for them to go have a thyroid ultrasound performed in order to check for thyroid tissue damage. Okay, so for the fourth or fifth time, we have arrived at the end of the course, and I hope that everyone's not dozing off, or at least I've been able to keep your attention for a majority of the time. But if you are dozing off, then hey, that's what the pause button's for, so feel free to use it. With all of that being said, if anyone has ever been through any of my previous courses, then they know that I like to pack a lot of information into them. Probably too much information for that matter, as I do get the complaint that people's brains hurt after getting done. But I try to look at that complaint in a different light, as I would much rather over-deliver and leave someone's head hurting than under-deliver and present a bunch of information that no one can really apply to their day-to-day. And with the increasing rates of thyroid problems that are seen in the world today, as well as the increased need for good nutrition and health coaches, I would like to think that everyone taking this course can use the information that's been covered to help those with thyroid disease, or themselves for that matter, live healthier lives. But before I finally end my rambling for good, I want to close with my big why, or the reason as to what I refer to as the big main reason as to why I've become so involved in how the thyroid works and how I might be able to help others. And it all basically started out as a person who just wanted to help his mom feel better, while at the same time better understand the reasons as to why that all our doctors wanted to do was medicate her problem and nothing else. As I could never understand why they never once asked the question as to why is your body doing this in the first place. I just couldn't fathom the idea that a person would not want to know what's really going on inside their bodies. But what I sadly learned is that for the most, those very same people that I wanted to help didn't want to know or didn't care, because they had the full and utmost respect for their doctors, and they never questioned a word that came out of their mouths or the guidance that they gave. So it was that very desire to understand the answer to those two very simple questions that started me with my good old mom, that helped light a fire in my ass, that has graciously led me to this point today of being permitted to help educate coaches and people just like you on how thyroid disease really works in the body and how a person can always take back control of their lives, even after thyroid disease has set in. Now, as you've all listened to me here today, I understand I may not be the most action-packed speaker or presenter that you've ever seen, and I'm totally fine with that. But I do hope that after hearing my words today that you can all see the fire and passion that I have in my heart when it comes to all the ways that I might be able to help educate as many people as possible on how the body can naturally heal itself without the requirement of a lifetime of medications to do so. As helping others overcome their own health hurdles is my own personal version of a natural high, and the whole reason as to why this course was created and why I've been rambling this entire time. As it's because I'm still chasing that high. I'm still chasing that high so that all of you listening to these words today can learn the true facts about thyroid disease so that you can hopefully go out and into the world and help so many others overcome their health hurdles so that you can all end up chasing your own natural highs. And believe me, it will happen. As that simple fact alone of knowing that I may be helping people do just that makes me happier than I could even put into words. Now, as we say on the regular at the Nutritional Coaching Institute, education drives compliance. But once you have that education, you also have to apply it and pay it forward. Otherwise, it will have fallen on deaf ears. It is my intention, as well as the intentions of everyone at NCI, to help create the next era of health coaches and leaders that not only understand as to how things really work in the body, but are also able to implement that information and help others implement all the required physical and mental changes that our upcoming generation of unhealthy people are going to really need, whether they like it or not. Now, if you can help even a single person do just that, then you have made a positive difference in this world. And when you finally leave this earth, you should rest assured in knowing that you've left the world in a better place than when you entered it. So let's use that. Let's start helping people get back their healthy lives that they're hoping for. So this has been Travis James Zipper with the Nutritional Coaching Institute, finally signing off, as I hope to see all of you really soon. But until then, have a great day and an even better week, and let's go change some lives.